Hello everyone and welcome back to Age Nagash, channel dedicated to Age Sigmar, and in this video we are going to continue our Slaves to Darkness army review in part 3, which we'll be reviewing all of the heroes in this army. So obviously, like the unit review and also with the allegiance abilities, there's a lot to get through. So if you go down to the description of this video, you will see that I have put in like timestamps for you to be able to just individually go to each Pacific model / war scroll / hero we have reviewed, just to see if you guys want to have a bit more of a precise review rather than watching this for probably 2 to 3 hours, however long this goes on for. So I just wanted to say that out there, so just in case you wanted to get to certain things, maybe you're weighing up, do you take Better Core, do you take a normal Demon Prince, go to there and then you get a quick answer. But with that aside, I am very happy to say that joining me in this video, as always with these Slaves of Darkness, we do have the Demon Prince known as Jamie. How are we doing today, sir?
Very good. It's nice to go through the real stars of the army on this one.
It really is, because Slaves of Darkness, as we basically mentioned in the unit review, I'm sure we did, especially in the Allegiance ability, the units are alright, but it's the heroes, particularly with the Aura of Chaos abilities, that make them so good. If there's anything we're sort of like referring to in this video, like we might talk about a certain unit that we reviewed in a last video, please check that out so you'll get a bit better understanding. But what we're going to do in this video as well is similar to the unit review, is we're going to start with the, shall I say, like the lowest tier or like the weakest heroes, and then build our way up to the strongest, i.e. Archaon is going to be at the end of this. And I really feel like it shows a nice progression through these heroes as it kind of goes on about the path to glory. And so, with no further ado, let us get into the video. So the first one we are going to actually look at is going to be part of the Underworld's warband, whatever you want to call them. And it's going to be Fedra Skullscryer, I believe her name is, and she is a bit of an interesting one, as she is an Underworld's warband. She actually comes with her followers, so she's a named character, and looking at her points, she's going to cost you 70 points. However, you have to take the Godsworn Hunt, which is her warband, for an extra 60 points. No questions, you have to take it. So basically, this hero is costing you 130 points, but you're getting a separate unit as well, which we will review as part of this to see if it's going to be worth it. So with her, let's have a little bit of a glimpse at her lore. So it said, guided by searing visions of conquest and glory, the god speaker known as Fedra Skullscryer leads warriors from the tribe of the Black Fang through a combination of ruthless and awesome displays of God-given power. Right, okay, so the description is Fedra Skullscryer is a named character that is a single model. She is armed with a Dark Oath wand. So is it wand? W-A-N-D?
Yeah, it is a wand.
That just seems very Harry Potter-ish.
It's a big wand.
She's a wizard, Harry. So we've got that. Again, it's saying that she's a named character. No artifact can be taken. Just so we all command trait, so we all understand. So she has a movement of 6, a 5+ save, bravery 7, and 5 wounds. Is there anything there that's remarkable you want to talk about, Jamie, in the will stat?
It's very standard of your like little wizard, isn't it? There's nothing amazing there. It's just your basic wizard in stats, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the normal Chaos Sorcerer on foot has a 4-up save move, but we'll get to this later. But yeah, it's just a standard stuff, really, isn't it? And then her melee weapons, again, sounds like standard wizard. 1-inch range, 2 attacks, 4 hit, 3 to wound, minus 1 rend, D3 damage. The only difference compared to like a normal wizard is normal wizards can be a 2-inch range, but they generally only have 1 attack.
I prefer having 2 attacks.
Yeah, definitely. There's
And
very
it's always
few...
good having -1 rend, D3 damage, just in case they get into the unfortunate close combat.
Don't want to fight against her wand, do you? She maybe was not always a woman. We don't know. But so there's very few times where you want to get your little wizard at the extra inch range going, oh god, the amount of times I charge them to combat, I really wish they had that extra range just to reach over the enemy screen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So yeah, the extra attack is better. And then, would you like to take us through the abilities, Jamie? Yes, as I can see that Stormcast Eternal is highlighted, and you are a Stormcast player, so it'd be interesting to hear your take on this.
Well, old days. So you know,
Although,
Pact
when
of
you couldn't
Soul
paint.
and Iron. When I was young and dumb, you can reroll hit rolls for attacks made by this model. In addition, you can reroll wound rolls for attacks made by this model that target a Stormcast Eternal unit. You're not really going to have them in combat, and it's fine against Stormcast. Rerolling hits is nice because you know it's a wizard. You do have that D3 damage and the -1 rend, and you are forced to hit, but you're not really going to have her in combat that much. And the second bit is just obviously just against Stormcast Eternal, so it's not going to be in a play unless you'll find a Stormcast Eternal player in your local area constantly.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can reroll hit rolls just anyway, but if it's a Stormcast, you get the reroll wound. Like we've said, I mean, it's good she's got an extra attack, but pretty much all little wizard attacks are a defensive mechanism. It's not they do not want to be in combat. No wizard really chooses to be in the combat if they're little and small and squishy with a 5-up save. So, I mean, it's like it's an ability, and I respect them for writing it. But at the same time, I just like, like I'm a wizard, so maybe I could have maybe a +1 to cast. That would have been nice, but nope. Okay, my wand is very anti-stormcast. There we go.
Well, like you just said, she is a wizard, and the next ability is obviously magic.
Yes.
She can cast one spell and then bind one spell. She knows the Arcane Bolt, Mystic Shield, and Enfeeblement spell. And Enfeeblement, I'd say, is a good spell. It has a casting value of 6. If successfully cast, pick one enemy unit within 12 inches of the cast that is visible to them. Subtract 1 from wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by that unit until your next hero phase. -1 to wound, I think it's a solid spell for a 70 point or 130 point hero.
Yeah, it's great, and we'll get to him. We'll get to him later. But Be'lakor has a spell that does the same thing, really. But
Same thing, but it is
18-inch range,
and it's different wording.
Yes, so
they will stack.
Exactly. So there are things out there that can wound on 2s. Funny enough, in this army, you can actually make, if you go Khorne, things quite easily wound on 2s. So subtracting 2 to that is still wound on 4. So like, it's not like it's just an overstack, isn't it? It's still pretty useful. And then so she's got after that keywords: Chaos Mortal, Slaves of Darkness, Hero, Wizard, God Speaker, and Fedra Skullsquire. So God Speaker, it feels like she should be a priest, but as far as I'm aware, she's not a priest. So, like,
no. And the other other to mention for her, she don't have a mark. She don't have a mark at all.
That's great to bring up now, because the next few units we're going to review as well don't have marks, so it's important.
So it's a bit of a downside, and then also she don't have the gods.
The Eye of the Gods, yeah.
The Eye of the Gods table. So if she kills a hero by some miracle, you don't get to maybe bring on a Demon Prince.
I mean, to be fair though, because she's getting those rerolls to hit, it would have just been too powerful if she got Eye of the Gods as well, you know. Joking aside, so
let's see what her little Warbrand brings to see if it's justified for 130 points.
Well, we'll see. Just to quickly say though, like when you say like she can't take a mark, just in case people are a bit catching up with like what we've reviewed so far. Remember in part 1 when we went over the Allegiance business, like I say, guys, you haven't watched part 1 and part 2, please do that now. But in part 1 where we went over Legion's abilities, we talked about what made the Slaves of Darkness so good, which was their Aura of Chaos abilities. Basically, when you take a hero in your army, if they can have a mark of Chaos, this example she can't, but if they can, depending on what mark they have, i.e. Khorne, Nurgle, Slaanesh, Leech, etc., they give off an Aura ability, which is crucial to making the army much better, improving its stats. because she can't do that, she's not adding that a really key synergy to the army. And remember, in a 2,000-point game, you can only have 6 leaders. So leader spots are quite important. So
I'd say at the moment, I'd say she's a solid choice if you're going for the wizard build, because obviously she's quite a cheap hero and she brings quite a decent spell.
Yeah. So it's important to have the mark, like I've just said. But when I have been playing Khorne, for example, I'll take a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot, but that can't have the same like Khorne keyword, obviously. So he's not really benefiting from a mark anyway. So depending on who it is, if it's a wizard, that's not really going to be needed to give synergy to your other guys, and maybe not too close to the enemy. It's not really going to matter too much, but as we'll go on, it'll be more important. But anyway, like we say, we'll move on to the Godsworn Hunt for the next one. So the Godsworn Hunt. So the Godsworn Hunt is formed of the greatest champions of the tribe of the Black Fang. Each is a hardened killer who has earned their name through bloody deeds, and their bodies are bedecked with gruesome trophies and oath stones. Okay, so these are essentially her little crew. They have a 6-inch movement, a 6+ save, a bravery 6, and 1 wound. Description. So this is, as we can see, by all the weapon options, as they are a warband. One of them is armed with this, one of them is armed with that. So let's see what it says. The Godsworn Hunt is a unit that has 5 models. Okay, you can read all of this because there's lots of different names. I don't want to get them wrong. Okay, you can read the description.
So you have Jagavra is armed with an ensorcelled javelin and Dark Oath Knight. You got Shondhead, Claimer, and Grunda Bloodeye are each armed with a great weapon. And you got Olo is armed with a hunting bow, and Grohl is armed with a savage bite.
Very well done. I wonder which one's Grohl. So the missile weapon. So we got the hunting bow, 24-inch range, 2 attacks, force to hit, force to wound, no rend, 1 damage. The enscrolled javelin, 12-inch range, 1 attack, freeze to hit, freeze to wound, 1 wound, and D3 damage. Pretty nice. And then the melee weapons, we got the Dark Oath knife, so 1-inch range, 3 attacks, force to hit, force to wound, no rend, 1 damage. The great weapon, 1-inch range, 2 attacks, force to hit, freeze to wound, -1 rend, and 2 damage. Hunting bow in the melee again, so not particularly good, but 1-inch range, 1 attack, force to hit, 5 to wound, no rend, 1 damage, and then the savage bite, which is a 1-inch range, 2 attacks, freeze and freeze, no rend, 1 damage. The Varangard horses, what do they hit on?
They're 4s, aren't they?
Yeah, well, the savage bite's better. There you go. But he's a good boy, that dog, so fair enough.
It's a good little dog.
He is.
They also have the Pact of Soul and Iron ability, same as Phaedra. The reroll hit rolls for attacks made by this unit. Reroll hit rolls. And in addition, you can reroll wound rolls if you're attacking Stormcast. And as it says, it doesn't say melee, so that helps with the 3 shooting attacks, which I think would be pretty, not too bad at all. The javelin attack, you definitely would want to hit. Freeze and freeze -1 rend, D3 damage. It's only 1 attack, but D3 damage can be quite nice.
And for an army where you don't really have much shooting, it's just a nice extra little thing.
I'd kind of see these guys as just you kind of like built-in screen for Phaedra to move up with.
Yeah, or if you're just need something for a back objective maybe, and you're not going Ravengers, so you're not just going to spawn a unit there. Like, if you're going,
they're bringing a little bit of damage, but it's only 5 of them, so I don't see them putting out a lot of damage at all.
No, not these guys to be used tactically. They're not I would not be engaging them in a fight just for damage output. They're either sitting on an objective, they're screening something, or they're trying to best their luck of wiping out an enemy unit of equal strength on their own back objective. Like,
yeah, definitely.
there, but they can be good. It would have been nice if they had like an ability which allowed the hero to shrug off wounds onto them. So I know some of the warbands can do that, but alas, here we are. I will say though, cool models. The dog is very cool, and also the dog in the Silver Tower mobile game Out of the Blue is actually quite cool. As you know, me and Jamie have both played. So this is going to cost us 130 points. As we'll go through the heroes, you'll see. But at the moment, from what I've played and stuff, it's not one for me. If we, and like we say, when we go through this, me and Jamie, we love narrative, and you'll see some of mine and probably Jamie's choices are influenced by like, oh yeah, it's not very good in the game, but the model's awesome. I want it, So there is a bit of that, but if I've got my competitive hat on, I'm not really seeing a place for these apart from that -1 to wound spell. She can also take, a spell from the lore, which is a thing. But the normal Sorcerer Lord is 110 points, so 20 points cheaper. But you're getting the extra unit in here you could use to screen or put on objective. So there is a trade-off. What are your thoughts on it, Jamie?
Yeah, I think that's where you're like. I think that's where you got to consider really that trade-off of one, what kind of lists are you building, and the trade-off between those extra 5 models or just having another sorcerer. Because if you're building like a wizard list, the sorcerer or her is kind of like what you'll be weighing up on.
Yeah, and
also you can only have one of her. You can have as many sorcerer lords as you want.
Yeah, and like you can say, oh, well, she can't take an artifact command trait unless you're going Ravengers, where you just get loads of command traits. I wouldn't be giving her an artifact or command trait anyway. Like, that's not what her role is. Like I mentioned when I said, like, it's not too much of a problem that she doesn't have the Mark of Chaos ability, because she's not really going to be there to give synergy to everything else. So, yeah, it's she's okay. I'd say she's a lot of these warbands they bring over from these box games like Warhammer Underworlds. Apart from a few exceptions, they're usually just trash. They're not good at all. She, interestingly, is alright. And I know alright doesn't sound like that exciting, but compared to some of the others, she has a use at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. So the next one we'll look at is going to be the Dark Oath Chieftain, which is 90 points. Yep, I'm right on that one, 90 points. So, do you want to take us through this one, Jamie? Do you want to read the little bit of lore we have from him as well?
A little bit of lore we have on him. Dark Oath Chieftain, leader of barbarian tribes to war with the fury and conviction of the truly devoted. These masterful warriors are always seeking greater challenges, and their skill at arms is spoken of in awe by their followers. Well, that's yet to be decided by their war scroll. Let's go to their will. We've got movement 6, pretty quick. A 5+ save, bravery 8, really nice and high, and he's got 6 wounds. Which is a nice wound count, but with a 5+ save, not going to do too much.
No.
His little description: you got Dark Oath Chieftain in a single model armed with a Warlord axe and a cursed broadsword. Model's lovely. If you all know the model from Silver Tower. His mini weapons: the Warlord axe, 1-inch range, 1 attack, 3 to hit, 3 to wound, no rend, 1 damage. Meh. His cursed broadsword though is better. 3 attacks, 4 to hit, 3 to wound, -1, 2 damage. Not bad at all.
Not bad. It's interesting that it's the 2 damage one that has the 3 attacks. Why is he even carrying the Warlord axe at this point?
Yeah, for 1 attack, it's kind of naff. I kind of feel like that should be 3 attacks as well.
Yeah.
And then you'd be like, oh, he piles out quite a few attacks for a little guy.
However, though, if you go to his abilities, like Berserk Charge, add 3 to the attack characteristics of this model's cursed broadsword if it charged in the same turn. So now he's making 6 attacks with a 2 damage weapon if he charged.
Yeah, which is lovely. And then you got Death Blow. At the end of the combat phase, if any enemy models were slain by this model in that phase, each enemy unit within 1 inch of this model suffers 1 mortal wound. Just a little 1 inch mortal wound bubble, situational, but
he'll probably make that the unit heal heals will attack and will probably take a mortal wound as a result. Like,
yeah, especially if he got a charge off.
yeah,
I reckon he'll kill something.
To be fair, like, let's say he just goes into a block of, I don't know, infantry, 1 wound, standard thing, saves on a 4. Let's say with his 6 attacks he charged in, let's say he kills 4 of them, right? And then he kills another one by this. That's 5 guys die, might make them do a battle shock test, they might roll high. There's a lot of mights here, but like, for a little guy, he surprised me of how much damage he could do.
Yeah, for 90 points. And he does bring a command ability to the army as well, which is you can use this command ability at the start of your combat phase. If you're doing so, pick a friendly model with this command ability until the end of the phase. Friendly Chaos Marauders and Cultist models that are slain within 12 inches of the model you picked have not yet fought in that phase can fight before being removed from play. So it's kind of like having, if anyone knows, Blood Warriors and their fight on death ability. It's like making that. But the only thing is you must not have had attacked already.
Yeah, it's like... Oh, you mustn't... Yeah, sorry. Okay, I missed that. Okay, so probably the best scenario for this, the most competitive, if you want to take just nothing but blocks upon blocks upon blocks upon blocks of Marauders, you can't attack with all your Marauders first, unless there's going to be some way you're going to manage to do it. So one of your block of Marauders is probably going to get hit before it gets to attack, i.e. this is the one you put this command ability on. Cultists are really cool, but as we sort of reviewed in our last video, they're more like you might take a unit here and there for tactical reasons, not as big blocks of damage dealers. However, what I will say, in the Marathi book coming out, which at the time of this recording is coming out tomorrow, so we haven't read the rules yet, apologies, that legion in there, the damn legion, the sub-legions, is all about trying to help your cultists out and stuff. So I imagine this guy's going to be quite useful in that, because your cultists in that damn legion become as good at charging as the Chaos Marauders. So maybe there's more play there. So, and that's something I can talk about on this channel in a later video, just in case someone watches this in 4 days from now, or tomorrow even, and goes, actually, it could have been useful for this.
I'd say, if you've got quite a lot of Marauders, you can run them up with 1, and then you can know that you don't have to attack with them, but you can put this command ability on them, and they're still going to attack as they die, which they're still going to put out their quite high, damage potential. But again, you go to this guy's keywords of Chaos, Mortal, Slaves of Darkness, Hero, Eye of the Gods, Dark Oath Chieftain. He does not, again, have the Mark of Chaos. So unfortunately, he doesn't bring, because he's just a lonely Dark Oath Chieftain, he doesn't bring an aura, which is quite unfortunate. But again, that one of the things that you weigh in. Do you need that aura for your Marauders, or do you need his command ability? And that's what you just got to weigh up.
Yeah, what I would say is, talking about the aura, like I don't want to spend ages talking about it, but just to stress how good and important it and how much it's needed in this army, it's huge. But you have 6 hero slots. You can use the other heroes to give away the aura, and this guy, he's not going to have the biggest space to do it. It's wholly within 12 inches of himself, so if you're to do the full circle around him, that's like a from one end of the circle to the other, that's what, 24 inches if you like, but he's got quite a small base. So the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Manticore you might have in your army as well, has got a big enough base to maybe cover whatever you need to. So you see where I'm coming from, don't you? It's like it's important, but not every hero needs it.
Yeah, yeah. He does have the Eye of the God, so if he does kill a hero or a monster, then you can roll on the Eye of God's table and potentially get a Demon Prince, which would be then a massive trade.
Yeah, and then you
You
get
know.
the mark, and it all comes together.
But other than that, he's only, I'll say his main use is if you're running a Chaos Marauder heavy list, then you might consider him. He's in there for a little bit of consideration.
Yeah, he is. What I will also say though, like we've mentioned, Silver Tower, he was in Silver Tower box game. He's been brought over to Age of Sigmar. So, like, those ones tend to not be the best, but I'll tell you what, he surprised me with his attacks. It's not game breaking, but it surprised me. Like on the charge, he's making 6 attacks, 2 damage. It's not bad.
Not too bad. You just you have to look at that axe, and it's a very sad little axe. It's one little attack.
It can be made better. But please do not give this guy an artifact. It's like it can be made better, but don't. Cool. Okay, so like we said, he's all right. He does a Pacific job.
But he's the next step from Phaedra, and then our next one is
Yeah.
kind of like just not a big step, just a little step higher. The Dark Oath War Queen.
Dark Oath War Queen, and just so you guys know, me and Jamie have like a running little joke with this thing. Like when we first saw it, go, oh yeah, it's all right. And bear in mind there was no models coming out for Slay Start at this point. Like this was like a new one. And I was like, oh, that's quite cool with Malign Portents, and go, oh, you know, maybe get her and stuff. And then it was like £20, and then the first thing that came to me and Jamie's head was just like Boromir holding the ring on the Misty Mountains, going, for such what's the is it such a small thing or such a little thing?
Yeah, such a little thing.
Yeah, such a little thing. And it's like, because don't get me wrong, the model's nice, but it's tiny, and they're charging 20 bloody good for it. Which is
And she had no use at the time. I say her war scroll now we go through is different from what she first had.
Yeah, so she's 90 points. A Dark Oath War Queen has proven herself the rightful ruler of her barbarian tribesfolk time and again. She has sworn dread pacts to bring carnage to the mortal realms, and all who stand in her way must face both her wrath and that of her devoted warriors. She knows what she wants, and she's not afraid to get it. So, a Dark Oath War Queen is a single model. She is armed with a rune-etched axe and carries an infernal rune shield. So she has a 6-inch move, a 5+ save, a bravery 8, and 6 wounds. Her rune-etched axe has a 1-inch range, 6 attacks, 3 to hit, 3 to wound, -1 rend, and 1 damage. And if you ask me to summarise this in the word, I can. If you ask me to summarise it in a sound, I go, yeah. Like at least there's not a 4 there, like for the hit.
Yeah, six attacks is pretty nice. Freeze and freeze, -1 damage. It's alright.
But like we say,
she's got a shield and metal armor more than the barbarian, and still has a 5+ save. Her infernal rune shield does have an ability though. Roll dice each time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to this model. But it's nice that it's both.
Yep.
On a 6, that wound or mortal wound is negated, and the attacking unit suffers one mortal wound.
Which is a nice twist.
Which is, yeah, it's quite a nice ability actually. I know she didn't have this at the beginning. I'm sure she didn't. But then her next ability does kind of jump out, to be honest.
Mm.
You got Savage Duelist. This model fights at the start of the combat phase. We all love that. This model cannot fight again in that phase unless an ability or spell allows it to fight more than once. In addition, add 1 to the damage characteristic of this model's rune-etched axe if the target is a hero or a monster.
So what I'll just say with this, it sounds good. So, if I use her actually to try and get in there and get rid of those small enemy heroes, or maybe try and take some wins of a monster, she could do that quite well for attacks. And to be fair, freeze to hit and freeze to wound, not bad. However, she's gonna die first, isn't she? Because I don't want to attack with her first, and the enemy will kill her before I get to attack her. Well, she gets to fight first, so
She gets to fight first.
you don't have to worry about that.
You don't have to worry about that. So with that little play, you could maybe teleport her using the teleporting spell from the Slave Darkness lore, and kind of let her go on a bit of a kamikaze mission to kill off, like say, a back hero or something.
Yeah, like teleport behind the enemy army and be able to do that. Because as soon as you say she's got 6 attacks, freeze and freeze -1, damage 2.
But yeah, that's something to maybe be a bit afraid of.
Yeah, that is like that's not bad.
A 6-up shrug against all wounds, and any 6s you roll is a mortal wound back. Means that she might go down dealing a bit more damage as well. 6 wounds is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's good. The bravery's good. It's the same with that and her husband, if you like, the other dark oath fella, the chieftain, and then her command ability, which I know has changed because it was crap when it came out. The Will of the Gods. So you can use this command ability at the start of your charge phase. If you do so until the end of that phase, add 3 to charge rolls for friendly Chaos Marauders and Cultist units wholly within 12 inches of this model. I think there's meant to be an off there. When the charge roll is made, a unit cannot benefit from this command more than once per phase. Yeah, so you can't make Marauders automatically charge like 20 inches. I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? To be honest, Marauder charging is so good that they don't need this. But if you want to guarantee their charge, because remember, and they're specifically stated elsewhere, you can only charge, up to 12 inches or 12.5, so you get within half of the enemy. Like, I know to be, like they say,
it does help that you trying to bit more guarantee your 12-inch. If you got 40 marauders, a 12-inch charge, even if you're 3 inches away, it's going to be massive to how many models you can get into combat.
Yeah, that's true.
So again with like the chieftain, a marauder heavy list, you'd consider bringing her.
Yeah, you can see like this is the heroes we're reviewing at first. They're not the Chaos Warrior. They're not the champions. They are the marauders. They are the massive tribes. And I like narrative wise, I think it's cool. It's reflected in that how they only focus on marauders and cultists. It adds a nice flavour.
Yeah, but also it does limit their list. If you're not bringing no marauders, unless you want, like I say, with her maybe being on a kamikaze mission, you're not going to take her.
I was trying to say something nice about her, Jamie, and you stole it. Like, someone may have one of these. Someone may spend £20 on this model. That's what it is. If you really like Marauders, maybe there's use for her. I would 100% say don't even consider her. She didn't have the Savage Duelist ability. But, I'm not someone, like I say, who takes massive blocks of Marauders. So maybe if you do take massive blocks of Marauders, maybe it's that important to get the extra 3 to charge for, like Jamie said, so you can get more guys in the actual fighting. And to just really push your charge rolls. Yeah.
Again, you look at the keywords: Chaos, Mortal, Slaves of Darkness, Eye of the Gods, Hero, and Dark Oath War Queen. She doesn't, like the Chieftain, doesn't give an aura ability off. That kind of diminishes her value. Her abilities in combat make her quite a good candidate for Eye of the Gods.
Yeah.
But again, like we said in that video, the Eye of the Gods thing is a nice bonus, but not something. It's something you shouldn't forget, but don't always count on it being great in your games.
No, like
But you don't look at it as I'm going to get a Demon Prince every game.
no. I mean, so like the few games I've had recently with it on Tabletop Simulator, it's not real tabletop, but it's a simulator. It's fairly accurate. The Ravengers list I take has got a lot of combat oriented heroes, so like if you really do focus on it, you can make quite a few rolls, but even still, like it's like you can't rely on, like you've said, Jamie. I just thought of something else like for a command ability, but it's only like late game and it's very situational. When it's late game, you have very few units left on the board, and somehow she's still standing, and a sorcerer with the ability to make a teleport. She could teleport to near an objective that you need to capture to win the game on your last turn 5, and and bring a unit on from the board edge in the Ravengers, let's say. So you teleport her next to where you want to bring on that unit from the board edge. That's near the objective you need. And then when you bring that unit on, you give them +3 to their charge. So they're going to make their charge. Just to guarantee it for your Marauders or for your Cultist unit, and then you've got that objective. That's like very situational, but I can like see that happening at some point in my life, and I'm like, I wish I had her. Just to try and say something nice about her. Like there you go. That's a very specific situation where she may be useful.
And that's a good place to leave it for her.
Exactly. So with that, moving on to the next one, which actually is very cool. Rule-wise, we shall see. But he is going to cost 140 points, and he is a gorgeous model that I want to have at some point. And he is the Ogroid
Myrmidon. Yeah.
Myrmidon. And a little bit of lore. So Myrmidons are masters of the Varan Spire's fighting pits and have spent decades mastering the gladiatorial arts. In battle, they lead those who seek to join the Ever-Chosen's legions. For to impress a Myrmidon is to be marked for glory. Just want to stress again, awesome model. Awesome model. So, an Ogroid Myrmidon is a single model armed with a gladiator spear and great horns. He has a 6-inch movement, a 4+ save, Brevier, and 8 wounds. Finally, we're seeing something that's got a better save than a 5, and the 8 wounds is nice there.
Yeah, he's quite a durable hero.
Yeah, he is.
Isn't he?
He's actually got a missile weapon, which is quite nice as well. Which is an 18-inch range, 1 attack, freeze to hit, freeze to win, -1 rend, do 3 damage, and that's the Gladiator Spear. Out of interest, is that the same stats for the, I want to say, the Godsworn Hunt? Yeah, that's the same.
It is, yes, it is.
It's the range better. The range is better. He's got a stronger arm, so he can throw it further.
Yeah.
That's
Other than that, yeah, same D3 damage, freeze and freeze, -1.
But apparently,
I imagine it's a big. I imagine it's a bigger spear as well.
Yeah, it's huge. But it's been known that the Ogroid spear, when it hits, the damage is often a 2 or a 3 instead of a 1 that is common for the Godsworn Hunt. So that
yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah,
I heard that rumor.
So the melee weapon, so the Gladiator Spear has a 2-inch range, 6 attacks, freeze to hit, freeze to win, Master render 1 damage, and then the Great Horns is a 1-inch range, 1 attack, freeze and freeze, Master rend 3 damage. And like this is like the child part of me, but whenever I see 3 damage, I'm like, ooh, that's nice. I just presume that's going to happen all the time.
Yeah, with -2 rend. If you do get it, it's going to be like, yes.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm being a bit greedy and stuff, reading through all the like stats stuff. Do you want to go through some of the abilities then, Jamie?
Starting off with the first ability is Arcane Fury. The unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon by its a 6. That attack scores 2 hits on the target instead of 1. Make a wound and save roll for each hit. So straight away, when you're saying about 3 damage, if you get a 6 on that attack, or your quid is in, you're making now 2 wound rolls
Yep, he can't take the Marcus Nagash, but it doesn't matter. He's getting half the benefits anyway. Oh no, is it
And
just
6
for?
attacks on the spear as well. That's pretty good.
And it's not tied to a specific weapon, isn't it? It's just melee weapons.
Yeah, and then he's got Berserk Rage, which again is going to buff his melee combat. You can reroll hit and wound roll for attacks made with melee weapons by this model if any wounds or mortal wounds were allocated to this model early in that phase. So a little bit of a condition there. He's got to have taken damage, but if he takes damage, then you have pissed him off, and he's rerolling hit and wound rolls.
He really is angry. Essentially, it's one of those things where it's just worth charging him into a unit of 10 infantry or something. You know, where you look and go, I might not kill that enemy unit, and it may be a bit of a stalemate, but I can charge him in, not have to worry about attacking with him first. He may take 1 or 2 wounds, but now I'm re-rolling.
Yeah, I think that's like the better situation and how to kind of like play him. It does come with a command ability for your army, which is Pit Marshal. You can use this command ability in the combat phase. If you do so, pick one friendly cultist unit, hold within 12 inches of a friendly model with this command ability. Do not take battle shock for that unit in that hero phase.
So, if you don't mind, I'll give my thoughts on this first. I really, really, really hate these command abilities. Right, I'm fully aware, Inspiring Presence, if you're not the general, you only have a 6-inch range, I believe, to be able to cast it, or be able to do it in the battleship phase. But that's in the battleship phase, so you know what damage has happened. You know?
Yeah. This is in
also,
the combat phase, so
it's the combat phase.
You're still trying to foresee who's going to need to not run.
Well, I suppose it says in the combat phase, so you could use this at the end. It doesn't say you have to use it at the start. But the other thing I don't like, it's cultists, which you can't. It's not even for marauders now.
No, and this is going on to your little thing. He is a war cry model.
Yeah.
And obviously a war cry is all the cultists. If you're obviously you're the chaos factions, and if you're obviously using other kind of the chaos packs, but all the war bands that are made for Warcry and come out for Warcry, he's come out with them as well. And I think they're making that synergy there in the lore, and like, which we all like. But in actual gameplay, yeah, his command ability, you don't want him staying back. I don't think I'd want to play him if I'm playing him.
No,
staying back.
Absolutely not.
And most of my cultists are going to be on my home objective. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm like, yeah, I don't really like the command ability at all.
It's just fun enough, you know how it's basically it's kind of like Inspiring Presence. It's just really uninspiring. Like, it's cool. Like,
he's the pit leader, isn't he? He's
yeah, like I read a little bit of lore for it. So it says they rule the gladiatorial arenas of the 8 points, and those pit fighters, war bands that lead into battle and spurred to greater acts of carnage by their presence. It's cool, you know. It's the gladiators, but you can imagine it, you know, with the what are they? The spire tyrants. That's what they're called.
The spire tyrants.
You can see them with him, like this guy and a maxed out unit of like spire tyrants. Is it the most competitive thing? Absolutely not. Would it look incredibly awesome? Yes. Like, I'm tied because like I always look at things with like sort of a competitive focus, because I know that's what a lot of people are after on this channel. And with that, I have to say, you know, you're gonna. It's hard to justify taking this guy for sure. Absolutely, you know, if you want to be competitive, you're not going to take this guy. It's simple as that. But there is this other point that me and Jamie are both aware of. If you want to be cool, if you really want to be cool, you're going to take this guy.
Yeah, we're still unfortunately yet to have him in our collection.
No, so
but he is definitely on that list.
He's on that list, and then he'll be converted into a Demon Prince, and there we go. And then he'll be used all the time, as we will get to the Demon Prince later. Like, yeah, he's too cool not to have. But also, I'm like, I want to buy him, and then see what's like in Warcry. It's probably quite good.
And you talking of Demon Princes, he does have the Chaos Immortal Slaves Darkness hero, Eye of the Gods.
So if he turns
Which
into a
is,
Doom,
so he could be turned into a Demon Prince during your game.
yeah,
And the Og won't Myrmidon keywords. And he is more likely to do a bit of damage to an opposing hero or monster.
like we said, he has
But
that
again,
role of whatever he charges can do no more than 1 or 2 wins to him. So then you're getting to get your rerolls, which is like, if you've got this guy like on a bit of the flank. I know he's not fast, so he's not going to get right up behind the enemy, but like just on the flank, just charging these sort of like weaker units of the enemy, what they're using to hold objectives, or just like these little things. Or if he can charge a enemy unit of cavalry that's only really good on the charge. Let's say he went against another Slaves Darkness army, and he managed to charge into a unit on the edge of a unit of 5 Chaos Knights. Brilliant. The Chaos Knights now can't charge. They're going to do a few wounds to him, like 1 to 3. Sure, you're down to 5 wounds, but now you're re-rolling all those hit into wound rolls on that Chaos Knight unit that could do a lot of damage to you later on in the battle if it can charge. So that's the sort of place I would use him. And he's got an 18-inch shooting attack. Yeah, it's not great, but it's all right.
it's a little bit of shooting, isn't it?
Yeah, it can chip away at things,
Rule of Cool is a yes in our book. Competitive, there's better options.
Exactly. And yeah, exactly. Taking you want to be cool. If you want to be competitive, leave him at home. But certainly add him to your collection, as he really is awesome. But we've spent enough time talking about him. So the next unit we're going to look at is the Exalted Hero of Chaos. So this guy is going to cost us a cheap 90 points. So a little bit of lore for him. So the Exalted Heroes are those warriors who have caught the notice of the gods and now seek to make a true name for themselves. Their favoured prey are monsters and enemy champions. For by slaying these foes, an exalted hero proves their own might. So firstly, looking at the description, an exalted hero of chaos is a single model armed with ruin etch blades. So he's got a 5-inch move, a 4+ save, 8 bravery and 5 wounds. So not too bad will stats there. Or I'd say it's for a foot hero in the Slaves of Darkness. Not a lot of wounds, but 5 wounds is about average for your standard foot hero. I'd say with that one. Do you want to take us through his one and only melee weapons, Jamie?
He's one and only amazing monster hero slaying attack. Range 1, attacks D6. Freeze to hit, freeze to wound, -1 rend, and a whopping 1 damage.
I mean, like, you can't really hope for any more than that, can you? Like, 1 damage, that's going to slay any monster that I know. So he's got that. And then the characteristic, like, everything on that is fine, apart from when you realise there is a D before the 6. So, like,
yeah, if he just had 6 attacks, it'd be at least a little bit better.
Yeah. Like, if he could have the most attacks he could potentially roll on that D6, he would then be a little bit better. So, right, but the reason why you would take this guy, basically, is because he's the first one that we're reviewing who can have a Mark of Chaos. So he can be Khorne, Siege, Nurgle, Slaanesh, or Undivided. This gives him the Chaos Aura, respecting to whichever mark he took. If you want to know more about what those Chaos Auras do, apart from summaries me and Jamie will do throughout this video, please look at our sub-allegiance and, like, allegiance video that we did as part 1 of the Slaves of Darkness series for their army, because essentially, you agree with me, Jamie, we talk about them for about 3 hours in that, so go check that out if you want a more in-depth review on the Mark of Chaos, because when we go through pretty much most of the rest of the units in this video now, they're all going to have a Mark of Chaos, so we're not going to massively explain it every time. Unless there's anything you want to add on to that, Jamie.
No, but like you say, this is the first hero that had the Mark of Chaos, and that honestly is, we'll go through the rest in a minute, but that is the main reason why you'll take this guy.
Yes. So he will give that wholly within 12-inch or of himself of whatever mark of chaos you chose for. Like if you're Khorne, you reroll and there's hit rolls of 1. If you're Slanesh, you're exploding 6s to hit. You could also make him the general, which would give the other effect, but you're not going to make this guy the general, so that's fine. We don't need to talk about that. So onto the ability. So the first one is Dark Blessings. Roll a dice each time you allocate a mortal wound to this model. On a 5 plus that mortal wound is negated, which basically fits him nicely into what a lot of the Slaves of Darkness units, well, I say a lot of them, the Knights and the Warriors have, like it, and the Karkadrak and the Gaia Manticore if he has the shield. Like it gives him that same ability basically.
Yeah, it's a nice little extra survivability onto him.
Yeah, like if the enemy does,
so
like,
he can hold on. He can hold on, giving that aura.
Yeah, if the enemy wanted to do, let's say, a D6 mortal wounding spell like Bolt with Each or something like that, they probably won't, even if they rolled a 6 for the D6 mortal wounds, they're more than likely won't kill this guy. And then we've got Glory Hungry Bladesman. So add 1 to the hit rolls for attacks made by this model if the target is a hero or monster. I mean,
he is not, unless you are down to your last
unless you've already lost
fighting. He is not going to be really fighting. And extra attacks are extra attacks, I suppose. And +1 to hit is fine because he's going to be hitting on 2s. But the D6 attacks is still so swinging.
It is, and like we say though, like this is gonna, how we're describing this guy means that the enemy's not really going to want to fight him first. They're going to fight with something else, so he might be able to swing, like do his attacks. But yeah, it's good, but like if you go that and he's Khorne, then he's re-rolling those 1s to hit. But it's the D6. If he had 6 attacks, I'd be talking more about this guy. But even then, it's not great. And then the next ability is even like less meaningful. Thrice Damned Dagger. So if this model makes an attack with a melee weapon that slays 1 or more enemy heroes or monsters, you can heal up to D3 wounds allocated to this model after all of its attacks have been resolved. You're not going to need to worry about that.
No, I feel like this might. If you play this guy all year, it might come up once.
And then
maybe.
You'll roll, and then you'll roll 1.
If you can get him to pick on a wizard, he might kill it.
Yeah, and then he'll roll 1, or the other alternative is that he hasn't actually taken any damage. So it's pointless. But, and then his best ability is the next one. So it's Trial of Red Ruin. If this model made a charge move this turn after this model has fought in the combat phase for the first time, it can immediately fight for a second time if it's within 3 inches of an enemy unit. And what I will say is, I don't even remember, Jamie, but I have actually used this guy before. We had like a narrative game where it's from the Wrath of the Everchosen, and basically Jamie was defending the start of the 8 points, and I was attacking him with basically it was like a narrative sort of like zombie Slaves of Darkness army, but we were using the War Scrolls. So this guy charged in and he got to attack twice. And when I was looking at it, I was like, so he's making basically, and because he gets the melee fight again, 2d6 attacks. Now that's more interesting, right? That's on average 7 attacks. But I think I rolled and it was like first time he made like 3 attacks, and then the second time he made like 2 attacks, and it's like, it sounds more promising than it is.
If he had a bit more, either, like you say, 6 attacks, or he had a bit more of the old-fashioned, how the Skull Grinder stats was. As in, if anyone knows of the Khorne little hero who they nerfed for some reason. All of a sudden, like, just 2 attacks, and he was 3s and 2s, -2, 3 damage. And he got to do that twice. Didn't that be pretty fun?
Yeah.
To like run in and try and smash a hero with like 4 attacks doing possible like 16 damage. Yeah. You just go with keywords: Chaos, Mortal, Slays Dice, Mark of Chaos, Eyes of the Gods, which I doubt this guy ever roll on. Hero, an exalted hero of Chaos.
I'll tell you one thing about the Eye of the Gods for this guy though. If you manage to roll on that and you get a 12, you're going to be kicking yourself that you don't have a spare Demon Prince.
If by miracle you get this guy to kill, finish off, land a killing blow on a monster or a hero, and then you get that 12, fair play. Fair play.
And what I would say to you is, like, you could say that, oh, but if he was in Nurgle, then, like, if he got 6 sister wound, now he's doing 2 damage. You could, but, like, you're trying to make the best out of a really bad situation, and you have the choice to be in that situation or not. Like, I think, like, there's point in taking him if you're really low on points. Let's say you got to that last 100 points of your list. You go, what do I put in? Oh, I've only got like 1 or 2. I've only got like 2, maybe 3 heroes in the army. You could chuck this guy in to get that aura for another 90 points. You know, I can see you doing that. If you're low on,
definitely.
Especially if like one of your heroes is Be'lakor and you're not undivided, then you only have like 2 auras at that point. Like, so I can definitely see that. What I would say though is like at least they didn't make him like fucking hit on 4s. Like that would just like suck. What I would say is an interesting thing I like to see. Like say, 6 attacks would be like the most thing I would have expected of this guy, right? But if I could change one thing, and it'd be a good thing as well, but it wouldn't make him an auto-include, obviously. But just change the damage from 1 to D3. Because then it's like, whoa, he could be a bit spicy.
Yeah, if you get like lucky on some of the rolls, D3 damage.
And if it's like, oh, but yeah, how is he doing D3 damage to me? He's got Ruin Etched Blades. There's a demon in there. Deal with it. Like, just like it's really easy. But the weapon stuff doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Fantasy. It's fantasy.
How does it work? Magic. You just say it, just like magic with like half bothered answer. But anyway, but like we say, 90 points for this guy. But Slaves of Darkness, a lot of the time your hero slots just get filled up really quickly. So you're going to struggle. But if you're looking for another hero, you haven't got a lot of points, this guy is the one I'd go. He's better than the other ones we reviewed. For his points category, it's the same as the Dark Oath Chieftain and the War Queen, and I'd definitely go with him. So if that's how many points you got left over and you're out of choosing one of those 3, go this guy. Unless you've got like a really specific thing you want to try and do with your Marauders where you're not going to teleport them, but then you want to give them the +3 to charge for some reason on top. Like, unless you've got some sort of specific strategy behind that, like, go this guy.
Go for the Queen.
Exactly. Right, okay, so the next one we're going to look at is going to be the Chaos Lord. So we can see like we're sort of like going up and like the shall we do the stepping stones, the path to glory. We're making it sound like it's a lovely little trail, but it's a really it's horrific. If you fall off these stepping stones, you are turned to a spawn probably. I imagine that's how it works. But anyway, this guy is costing us 110 points, and then a little bit of lore for him. Chaos Lords are dark champions who have walked the path to glory and are now only one step away from glory or damnation. They are the rulers of great war bands and hordes, and their followers will die before failing these fearsome warlords. I'll say gruesome fearsome warlords, but I suppose he has been fighting or not is the answer to that one. But anyway, so like I say, 110 points. And then description for this guy: a Chaos Lord is a single model armed with one of the following weapon options: a Reaper Blade and Demon Bound Steel, or a Demon Bound War Flail. Now, if you've been watching some of our videos so far, you're not taking the War Flail. So he's got a 5-inch movement, 4+ save, Bravery 8, 5 wounds. What I'd like to say there, 7
wounds.
Sorry, and that was literally going to be the point I was going to say. What I was going to say there is lovely addition to the 7 wins. Like, it's 2 wins more than normal. I think before the book he was 5 or 6.
Yeah, I remember playing him and he
wasn't 7.
6.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He wasn't 7.
Yeah, this guy started my Slaves of Darkness army.
Yeah, he's this like. Bear in mind, this guy started James Slaves of Darkness army. Apart from he was like, I don't like his head. The head has to go. He needs a helmet.
Corn does not appreciate those big horns. Or my corn armor does not.
No, but it's like the rest of the model. Like if you like mutate, that it's your bag, whatever. But for my army as well, I need to give him a helmet. And I'm like, I reckon my guy, like my theme with the Greek style was like the Greek helmet on this guy would look really awesome. And then I'm thinking like, I kind of have like 3 Chaos converted lords already made up, but I've also kind of done them so they can be sorcerer lords as well to save money. So yeah, maybe I can get him one day. But anyway,
Yeah, but going over the model,
yeah.
he does not have the Warflower option. So going over the weapons, he has
Like,
3
build 'em,
different
is it?
weapons.
There's maybe an old GW model still on the website with a flail. Maybe. That's called a Chaos Lord, and we've always overlooked him before as being an exalt. But I don't remember someone with a flail, but here we are. You're not going to take him. Anyway, so the weapons you will be taking is the Reaper Blade to start with, which, I'll tell you what, Jamie, you've used this guy a few times. Why don't you take us through this stuff?
Gotta love the Reaper Blade.
You have? Oh,
So
love
the
and
two
hate
weapons-
relationship for you in the old rules.
Yeah, completely love hate. He's lost that ability now.
That's good.
But you get the Reaper Blade and the Demon Bound Steel. So the Reaper Blade is a 2-inch ranged, 3 attacks, freeze to hit, freeze to wound, -2, 2 damage. And he then pairs that with the Demon Bound Steel, which is 1-inch, 3 attacks, freeze to hit, freeze to wound, -1 rend, 1 damage. So you get the same amount of attacks as I'll go over the Demon Bound Warflower as well, which is a 2-inch range Warflower with 6 attacks, but it's force to hit and it's force to wound, -2 and only 1 damage.
And it's
So you're
just...
getting the same amount of attacks, but you're getting 3 of your attacks at -2 rend and 2 damage, and then the other 3 are just -1 damage. Or you can have 6 attacks that hits on 4s, wounds on 4s, with -2 rend, which is good, but then only 1 damage.
And I'd just like to say that as someone who has like converted freak, when I say like converted freak, one of them is more like an exalted hero, but an exalted champion. But the thing is that I just want to make this clear. Like Jamie's aware of this, but I did make a Chaos Slanesh Lord or Slanesh Lord or whatever it was called in the old like Slanesh army. And then they got rid of that War Scroll when the Hidden Knights of Slanesh book came out. And I was like, oh, this guy has a shield. The Chaos Lord doesn't have a shield. I don't know if I can make him one. So I have, let's say, 2 Chaos Lord conversions. And then bringing it back to this. Have I given either of them a War Flail? Bear in mind that I was completely converting them up. No. There's no reason to give this guy. If it was like you get the War Flail and the Demon Bound stick, they're all me. You're getting the 2 best weapons, or you can have the 1 worse weapon. Like, it's like almost like
one of the abilities does come into play.
Yeah,
but I do agree with you. I still will go Reaper Blade and Demon Bound still, because your first ability you have the Mark of Chaos, which you're going to get your aura from Khorne's Ditch, Nurgle, Slash, or Undivided. But going into the main that separates the weapons is you've got the Demon Bound. So if they're a modified hit roll for an attack made with a Demon Bound weapon into 6, that attack inflicts 1 mortal wound on your target in addition to any normal damage. So the Demon Bound Warflower obviously has 6 attacks compared to the Steel, which only has 3.
Yep.
But is that worth fishing for?
No.
Maybe an extra 1 mortal wound in addition compared to freeze to hit, freeze to wound, -2 rend, 2 damage, Reaper Blade. I'd definitely rather have the Reaper Blade still.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not good at maths hammer at all, but like, just like trying to work out in my head, like, so you're getting double the attacks with the War Flail compared to the Steel, right? So that means with the 6 attacks, you should get 1 mortal wound. With the 3 attacks, you've got 50% chance of getting 1 mortal wound. So I'd rather just go 50% chance and then have the Reaper Blade. Like, I know I'm not even really too bothered about mortal wound output in this army because you can have quite good rend. So, like, it's a lot of the time this guy's not fine anyway. So,
going over his then command ability if you want to go over that.
Yeah, that's the next thing. So
the selling point of this guy.
Yeah, so command ability. So the spurred by the it says the gods, but I really want to call it the dark gods. So you can use this command ability at the start of the combat phase. If you do so, pick one friendly mortal slaves to darkness unit wholly within 12 inches of a friendly model with this command ability. After that unit has fought in that phase for the first time, when it is your turn to pick a unit to fight with later in the same phase, that unit can be selected to fight for a second time if it is within 3 inches of any enemy units. The same unit cannot benefit from this command ability more than once per turn, and that is why some people would include this guy as essentially an auto-include in a lot of their Slaves of Darkness lists. He's not, I wouldn't say he's always going to be an auto-include, but this is why a lot of people do, and it's why I have taken him as well before.
Yeah, I've included him in some of my Slaves of Darkness lists.
Like
I say, I'm not an auto-include, and one thing you obviously got to be aware of is he is quite slow in 5-inch moves. So
yes.
That kind of ability sounds really cool. Straight away you think, oh, Slaves of your Knights on the charge can attack twice. But is he going to be up there?
So
wholly within 12 of them
yeah,
to be able to do it.
I have used this guy with my Knights, and this kind of comes into what I was saying earlier with this guy probably isn't going to be fighting, and that's because this guy's running all the time, right, to keep up with the Knights. He's running. How I try and build my list, especially in Slaves of Darkness, is as many command points as possible. So if I can start the game with 3 command points, or start my first hero phase 3 command points, I can flat out just spend a command point to make this guy run 6 inches. So then his movement is 11, so then he can give the aura to the Knights if needed, to be able to do the command ability. Because remember, this is at the start of the combat phase. Now I really can't tell you guys how important it is to remember that it is at the start of the combat phase. Not when you, and I'm not saying people would like do this on purpose knowing that they shouldn't, but like everyone forgets things, and then I go like, oh yeah, I'm just going to I'm going to pile them into I'm going to do the ability to make them fight later as well, and it's like, oh, I was meant to do that before I even activated them the first time. Okay, then I can't do it. The start of the combat phase, very important. And also at the same time as well, to not think maybe I can do it any time in the combat phase, you can't do this in the hero phase as well. You can't do it in the hero phase and then bugger off the Knights. It's start of the combat phase. And then I have to say this just because it's like the obvious go-to. You run Archaon, you take this guy. He's making Archaon fight twice.
He's obviously really good with.
Yeah.
It's a lot of your heavy hitters, Archaon.
Chosen.
I've run him up with Chosen. Even like your other kind of, if you want your Manticore to fight twice.
Yep, I've considered that.
Lord of Carcadrek. He's very good, especially if you've got command points floating about.
Even if, if you're like, like I say, you've got more than enough command points. Things are going down to the wire now. He's in combat. Making him attack twice. You're making 6 attacks with freeze and freeze -1 damage. But then you're making 6 attacks, freeze and freeze -2 damage, which I'm not saying is brilliant, but like it's not always going to be terrible if you put it on him if he needs it, just to win that fight that he's stuck in.
Yeah, and depending on what mark he has, obviously as well. What mark he has, well, totally change his damage output.
Yeah.
You know, if he's a Nagash and you're rolling 3 attacks on his Reaper Blade and you get 6, then you got an extra wound dice to roll through.
It's brilliant. And like how I've been running, like I said, I've been saying this recently, like with the videos we've been doing, like I've been focusing on Khorne really, and if this guy's been ranging your general, or he is your general, then you've got a freeze to hit, rerolling ones, wounded on 2s.
Yeah.
Great. Right. Really good. Because
maybe when you're thinking about that as well, maybe then Khorne, if you want to go demon bound warflower, might be a good shout, because then your 4s rerolling 1s, but then you freeze to wound.
Yeah, but
if you want to be fishing for those 6s,
it's still terrible. It's
still
I know
one
you mean,
damage,
Jamie,
isn't
but
it?
it's still terrible.
I'm trying to shine a
know.
little bit of light on the warflower.
But yeah, so
it would look awesome.
It would look awesome. But it's not okay. If you've got an old one of these models, like, you can do things with it and stuff to make it work. I just want to say, like, now with the an interesting thing they've done is, like, demon bound is not a keyword, but you'll see this repeated in quite a few of the units with demon bound weapons. Like, do you know what I mean? They don't say, like, demon bound Steely and demon bound Warfare. They just say demon bound. So, like, I imagine the Chosen have the demon bound thing. Like, it's interesting to see how it's passed through. I know the Garn Card track has it as well. Okay, yeah. So this guy, I don't really know what more to say about him. He's there to make units pile and attack twice if needed.
Yeah, he's a solid choice. 110 points.
Make him run up the board. You want to keep him up with your knights. That's what I do. And I think just to nail that home, I mean, some of you guys may be going like, you know, I run Marauders as my anvil and my hitter, basically. I don't take knights. Me and Jamie, we love knights. We've talked about this. So I always basically build my Slaves to Darkness list with knights in it. And what I will say about the Chaos Knights, only take them with lances. We've talked about this in the other video, like I say. But they really need to break through whatever they're attacking on the turn they charge. So making them attack twice when they charge, even if you go, I might, like, if let's say on the charge, you reckon against what they're killing, they'll probably leave all but one model left in that unit. And then, like, that model, let's say they can be Inspiring Presence, so it won't run. It can be worth you just spending that command point, just make these guys attack twice and overkill that unit, just so it can then charge the next turn. Like, you need your knights to be charging repeatably. So one charge per game for them is not enough. So
one interesting thing of, would Varangard be able to attack 3 times?
Yes. No. I remember looking at this. And it didn't work. I'm just gonna open the book now and have a quick look to remind myself why it doesn't. But I think it's just because, like, they can't attack more than twice.
Normally it says unless a spell or ability says otherwise. But that would be another thing. Varangard on the charge.
Okay. I'll tell you the reason. So the command ability for this guy, right? After that unit has fought in that phase for the first time, Varangard ability.
Yeah.
After this model has fought for the first time in that turn. Yeah. So otherwise, what I was saying in the other video of 18, just unit 3, 18 attacks. 2s to hit, rerolling 1s. 2s to wound, rerolling 1s. -1 rend, 2 damage each. Doing that 3 times would be like, why would you even need to? Like, do you know what I mean? What are you fighting? Because it shouldn't be legal. So yeah, there we. Oh, you could be fighting the Liberator block, but that's another conversation. So yeah, I like this guy. For me, if he's not included, like I say, it depends on how you build your list. But how I'm building quite a few of my lists, I'm running out of hero slots. Right, so.
But he can fit into any army. He's a generic choice for any kind of style.
He is not like, I'm going, despoilers. It's mainly Demon Princes. Should I take this guy? Again, he won't be able to make the Demon Prince fight twice, because it's a mortal. He needs to pick. But, like, he will fit in, like you say, all of them. So he works well. If you're, let's say you got the Start Collecting box, because I know a lot of people ask me, like, I've got the Start Collecting box for blah, blah, blah army. What's a good thing to buy next? This guy's a good thing to buy. Like, he's a sound buy, this guy, with that commander B. You'll generally find a use for him. And when I say, like, I don't always put him on my list, the ones I've been playing lately, I do. And he's been worth his leader slot and his points. So, and then keywords, he's got Chaos, Mortal, Slaves of Darkness, Mark of Chaos, Eye of the Gods, Hero, Chaos Lord. So he's got the hero to give off the aura, of course, remember. And then he has got the Eye of the Gods to be able to try and get the turn into a Demon Prince. It's always the dream.
Always a dream.
Yeah. Well, like, sometimes though, all I would say with these things though, like when you turn into a Demon Prince, try and remember, why did you bring the guy? Did you bring him to make the biggest, scarier thing in your list attack twice? So as soon as he turns to a Demon Prince, he would lose this. But like most of the time, it'd be better him turn to a Demon Prince. But you can see where I'm coming from. Okay, so the next thing we're going to look at, something very similar, because it's a Chaos Lord Demonic Mount, which basically means now he has a horsey. But I love the term Demonic Mount. That's, apart from where it says Mighty Hooves, that just means so much variety for conversions. So,
and it does turn him into a demon.
I think he lost that.
A combo demon.
Oh no,
combo demon mortal.
He kept the demon. I swear he lost that, but I was wrong. Well, apologies for when I fought Luke the other day, and he was like, with his Bastillodon army, he was like, "What's demons in your list?" I was like, "Oh, if you're thinking the demonic mount he's not a demon. Trust me, they changed that." Yeah, I was wrong. He's a demon, and he would have died like shit. But that, no, to be fair, I charged the Bastillodons with Marauders. Okay, but anyway, so he's cost us 170 points. A little bit of lore for him. It says particularly favoured Chaos Lords may be granted a demonic steed to bear them into battle. These champions become the rulers of feared cavalry warbands, driving their mounted brethren into battle with roared oaths to the dark gods. So, description. A Chaos Lord Demonic Mount is a single model, armed with a cursed warhammer and chaos rune shield. This model's demonic mount attacks with its mighty hooves, because that's just the mount. So it's got a 10-inch move, 4+ save, 8 bravery, 8 wounds. Just want to say, I know 10-inch move doesn't sound massive. It is good, very good in this army. Like, there's not many things that are inherently faster than that. And 8 wounds, brilliant. If you give this guy bolstered by hate, I believe that command trait is called. Now it's got 10 wounds. Like,
yeah, if you really want to keep him
tanky, really tanky. Yeah, so I've been running this guy for quite a while. My conversion is my Centaur out of a Varangard. Because like, if I'm going to paint a Varangard, I'm going to make it bloody worth it and make it a hero. So he's got his mini weapons. So Cursed Warhammer, 1-inch range, 4 attacks, freeze and freeze, -1 rend, 2 damage. And the Mighty Hooves, 1-inch range, 3 attacks, force to hit, freeze to wound, no rend and 1 damage. So not as exotic as some of the Chaos Lord attacks we can have. Like the Chaos Lord on foot is pretty good. The Chaos Lord on Manticore obviously we'll come to, and the Carcadrak attack's pretty good. This guy's is more mild, but not bad.
No, not bad at all. He had some.
It's got an ability to help as well. Yeah. So Mark Chaos again. He can be pick one of the 5, all the gods or the undivided. And then he's got the Chaos Rune Shield though. So roll a dice each time you allocate a mortal wound to this model. On a 5+, that mortal wound is negated. And like I said, we see this copy and pasted quite a few times throughout the army. And you sort of maybe take it as a bit of a given. But trust me, like, I fought a Lumineth army yesterday on Tabletop Simulator. And when you've got 40 arrows coming at you doing mortal wounds and 5s ups to hit, you need your mortal wound saves. So, like, it really does help even on a 5. You're ignoring a third of all that damage.
Something's better than nothing.
Exactly. And a 5-up is good. Just remember, of course, it doesn't stack with a War Shrine anymore. For mortal wounds, anyway. So, going on to the Cursed Warhammer. So, if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made where Cursed Warhammer is a 6, that attack inflicts 2 mortal wounds on the target and the attack sequence ends. Do not make a wound or save roll. So again, that just means if you've got a 6 to hit, flat 2 mortal wounds, and that's it. Don't roll the dice again. Take that dice away and remember how many mortal wounds you need to allocate. That's good.
Yeah, it's always nice having straight up mortal wounds.
Yeah, you might be lucky.
It's
You
nice
get 1
that
or
it's
2.
2 as well.
Yeah, it is nice that. And like I say, might get 1, might get 2. If you manage to get 2, 4 more wounds, like pretty solid. Because he has only got -1 rend. Yes, he's got rend, good, but like it is only -1. It's not like it was called the Reaper Blade, wasn't it? It's not that. So, but I would say though, with the Cursed Warhammer, is with the conversion I've done for the Varian Guard, I also used the like the Warhammer that comes in that, and fuck me, that looks like just like a solid block of steel. You've seen, haven't you, Jamie?
Yeah, it's the same one I've built onto my Baron Guard.
It's like, I'm looking at it
Absolute
now,
awesome Warhammer.
and it's bigger than a man's torso. Like that is big. So it's got a nice attack to represent it. I think before the book it just didn't do the mortal wounds on 6s. I think
I'd think something else. Maybe just 1 mortal wound.
yeah, maybe. But anyway, so fueled by carnage. So at the end of the combat phase, if any enemy models were slain by wounds inflicted by this model's cursed Warhammer, in that phase you can heal up to D3 wounds allocated to this model. That is nice.
It's nice that it's not a hero or a monster.
Yes, that did change, and that is nice.
Straight up, it kills someone, it will D3 wounds.
So what that means is if you're attacking something that, let's say, if you're attacking like 1 wound models, fine, attack with whatever you want first. But if you're attacking like something that's got like 7 wounds, let's say, you want to attack with the Mighty Hooves first, because the Mighty Hooves are not going to make you heal that D3. It's the Cursed Warhammer. So you want to sprinkle your damage with the Mighty Hooves first, and then finish them off with the Cursed Warhammer. You'll be annoyed if you do it the other way around, because you won't be healing. So that's why it's, and we will see this copied a few times. So that's why it's important to remember that. I just want to have a quick look at the Cursed Lord. Yeah, he doesn't have that. So the Exalted Hero has a version of that.
But he has to call hero.
Yeah,
Or monster.
but the Chaos Lord doesn't, like on foot, so that's strange. But so command abilities, the Knight of Chaos. Now I have actually, this is probably the most common command ability I've actually used, just because like I say I run the Chaos Knight stuff and I really like it. So you can use this command ability in your hero phase. If you do so, pick 1 friendly Chaos Knights or Chaos Chariots or Gore Beast Chariots unit wholly within 18 inches of a friendly Slaves to Darkness hero with this command ability. You can reroll charge rolls for attacks. Reroll charge rolls for that unit and add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by that unit until your next hero phase. The same unit cannot benefit from this command ability more than once. Your Chaos Knights, great on charge, not the fastest movement, so you just want to help make sure that when they're going to make that charge, because it's, unless you get very lucky with double turns and stuff, you're probably going to be making needing a 7 or at least a 6 to get your charge in. So rerolling the charge is great, and you might go, well, I can just use the normal generic ability to do that from the main rules. But no, you add 1 to hit rolls because your knights with the lancers are hitting on 4s.
Yeah, I think that's like the big thing here. Adding 1 to hit rolls just makes those lances on the charge, those extra damage attacks, more likely to go through.
Yeah, because like when I was fighting the Lumineth, because that's my most recent game yesterday, on the charge I was -1 to hit these wardens, so like otherwise I'd be hitting on 5s. So like I really need that. And the other thing I like about it is, like I say, as I've been playing with Khorne, it's not just another pointless reroll ones to hit. Like I am now hitting on 3s and rerolling those ones.
Yeah.
Of course, if you wanted to put something for the War Shrine on it, you are... and again, I realise we haven't reviewed that yet, a part of the series, but we'll get to that in another video. But now you are hitting on 3s, rerolling hits, and rerolling wounds. Wounding on 3s if you're going for the Undivided Prayer. So, I really like this, and wholly within 18 inches is a huge radius.
Yeah, yeah. I say I didn't really notice that first. That 18
I
inches is a lot
I
better than 12.
I'll be honest with you guys. I've been playing it until this point because I've been trying to remember off the top of my head. I think it used to be wholly within 12, maybe, or just within 12. And I've been playing it as it's wholly within 12. So I've been doing myself a disservice. So that's why it's also good for me and Jamie to read through these stuff because that also jogs our memory of things. But now that means that he could easily maybe pick 2 units of knights to benefit from this, which is big because it's just like in my lists I tend to have the knights as my hammers. Like one list I'm running in the new sub-allegiance from Marathi, not the best sub-allegiance, but I'm seeing what I can do with it. 3 units of knights in there, so that's big. Particularly if you're going things like rune bringers. Then also for your Gorby's chariot and like your normal chariots, you're doing D3 mortal wounds on the charge from that. So you also, and the knights, so you want to get those charges. Like I cannot stress how crucial it is for your knights with lances in rune bringers to charge. If they get charged instead, then you chuck them off the board. So
yeah, this is one of those heroes where he can be used anyway because obviously you got your generic command abilities and you'll have your aura still, and he brings pretty decent combat and survivability. But his command ability is kind of his up and down side. He also is most effective in a cavalry kind of based, or you want to have some form of cavalry, knights, chariots, or gore beasts.
Oh yeah, if you're asking if I didn't have any knights, gore beasts, or chariots, would I take this guy? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because he's I'll be honest, 170 points, really good value I think for what he can add to your army, what he can do. But yeah, if I'm not taking Chaos Knights, for me, he's almost like not an auto include, but I auto go to thinking about including him. But if it wasn't taking units I tend to take, which are like I say the cavalry. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jamie. Wouldn't take him. But what I would say I like about him is if the enemy's like, I just want to be done with him, because he hasn't got a massive base, but he's got a big cavalry base. I just want him gone, sort of thing. Yeah, he's got fucking 8 wounds, baby. With a 5-up mortal wound save and a 4-up normal save, you're not going to be able to easily kill him. So, yeah. Unless you're...
It is a solid choice here, I think.
Yeah.
Especially for your cavalry.
He is.
Which also we both normally run.
Yeah, and also...
I don't think there's a list about knights, have we?
No, they're just... people go, well, you go for the normal weapons. They're like, what are they called? Enscrolled weapons, like the normal knights,
the ensorcelled weapons.
Yeah, ensorcelled. Then they don't need to make the charge, and then you don't have to. Yes, I completely understand that, and I will say, multiple times we've said in this video, even that we're not reviewing bloody Chaos Knights. If Chaos Knights belong to get charged, they are fucking shite. But it's the fun of the charge. It's everything else. This has helped me get my charge. And we just love them as that hammer. And the Knights of Chaos, especially if you're bringing it in room, really thematic, really cool. I like this guy for that reason. I also, like I mentioned, I'm really happy the conversion I've done with him as well. So I want to take him. And that's also going to be the same reason for the next unit we'll look at, but we will quickly go over this guy's keywords. So he's got Chaos Demon, Mortal, Slaves of Darkness, Mark of Chaos, Eye of the Gods, Hero, Chaos Lord. Obviously, Hero for the mark and everything's important. Eye of the Gods, so you'll be rolling that table if he kills something. And it's not out of the world to presume this guy might be killing an enemy hero. He can do that. That's another thing. I would, unlike the Chaos Lord, who won't be charging much, I would charge this guy in to support your knights, potentially. And
yeah, definitely. I think he's got it.
Yeah, and Chaos Lord. So, like we said, the 2 standard ones to look out for there. But also, as James mentioned and reminded me, Demon as well. So that is important to know. So if let's say you're taking a pure, Slaves of Darkness list. And like I say, if you go against a Seraphon player or someone who gets benefits against demons and they go, do you have any demons in your army? And actually just go, no, like I did in the other game. It's annoying me I've done that. because that was purely out of ignorance. But like, do bear in mind you do have a demon, and like if you're taking this guy in a Zeech army or a Khorne army, he can then have like maybe a demon artifact. You know, like it opens up different avenues and different doors for him. So it's quite cool, I think. Right, okay, so on to mine and your one of our favorite. Unless you go sit and go, well, Archaon's a hero model. Probably our favorite hero model. Like, you know, I'm going to go on a limb and maybe say that, Jamie, because of course it is the Chaos Lord on Karka Drak, which is how cool. Like, put it this way: once you've given him a helmet, how cool is this guy? Like,
yeah. But yeah, the only downside, obviously, it depends on your taste. But yeah, both of us was not a fan of that head.
no, and to be honest, like I said, in my Greek theme, I give it the Greek helmet anyway. So I wasn't bothered, but I gave it the Greek helmet, and I was like, I don't need to convert this guy anymore. That's brilliant. This is like the easiest conversion I've done for this army. And then Jamie turned up with his one, and he was like, hey, Nagash. And I was just like, what? And he was like, I think my sword's bigger than yours. I was like, what? and then he replaced the demon-bound sword with a bigger demon-bound sword. And do you know what, Jamie? I couldn't care about the size of the sword until you told me that. And now it's the only thing I think about.
Pretty sure it's his main. It's one of his main.
It's the one with red.
It's gotta look good. Bigger, the better.
It's not all about size, it's what you do with it, okay? So, right, okay. This guy's going to cost you... I'm going to try and see what I can do with memory here. 230 points. He did come back down in the FAQ General's Handbook stuff. So, 270 points. Just going to double check that. Yeah, did I say 200? Sorry, 230. I don't know why I said 270. That's ridiculous. He was 250 and he went down to 230. And now I feel like an idiot. Right, so let's read a little bit about his lore. So, Karkadraks are monstrous lizards, beasts clad in thick scales whose destructive rampages are almost impossible to stop. Only the strongest Chaos Lords can dominate a Karkadrak, but those who succeed become truly deadly line breakers. So, the description. A Chaos Lord on Karkadrak is a single model armed with a Hex battle axe and a demon-bound blade. Mount. This model's Karkadrak attacks with its tearing horns and claws and its battering tail. Now looking at its wheel stats, so it has a 9-inch move, a 3+ save, bravery 8, and 9 wounds. Very nice stats there, Jamie. Like,
yeah.
Off the bat.
He's not slow. Obviously, he's
slower.
He's not rapid. But 9 inches. He's only an inch slower than the demonic mount. 3+ save, awesome. And 9 wounds is a nice wound pool you have there to keep him alive.
Yeah, what I would say before we fully review this guy, you will be comparing him to the Chaos Lord and the Mike Mount. That's something we will be doing, and that's something you're naturally going to do when you come to list building, particularly if you want to take knights.
Yeah, and the main reason
is because the command ability is the same.
The command ability is the same.
Yeah.
So it's obviously up to you as a player to think, are you going to upscale the points to get these extra stats he has on his will and obviously his combat?
Yes, and he's 60 points more expensive. Like I said, when he first came out, it was 250 points, which was ridiculous. So he went down a little bit, but he's 60 points more than the normal Chaos Lord amount. But let's actually go through his weapons, shall we? Because he has got, as you can tell, a much bigger damage output. So he's got the Hex Battle Axe. So this is a 1-inch range, 5 attacks, freeze and freeze, no rend, 2 damage. I think they forgot to put the one after the dash there, Jamie.
Yeah, I think they are kind of missing that.
Yeah,
it's a pretty hefty axe.
That's a pretty. I mean, I don't know how that doesn't do the rend. And the sword does. Bear in
Your
mind that
piddly
most
sword.
weapons, an axe does -2 and the sword does -1. But anyway, he's got the Demon Bound blade. 1-inch range, 3 attacks, freeze and freeze, -1 rend, D3 damage. That's nice, and we'll get to another ability that has later. The Terran Horn and Claws, 1-inch range, 3 attacks, falls and freeze, -1 rend. Thank God it's got rend. 2 damage. Hits on a 4, but it's the mount, so kind of expected. Battering Tail, 1-inch range, 2 attacks, falls and fours, no rend, 1 damage. Nothing special, but it could finish off the enemy unit you're fighting.
Yeah, extra attacks is just extra attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, and I just think it's a shame that the Hex Battle Axe doesn't have a 2-inch range. Like, how? How does it not have that?
If you've seen the model, it is bloody big.
I'm looking at my model right now, Jamie, in my cabinet, and it's a big fucker. It's big, like that axe. So I don't. And the handle for the axe is huge, so we could like lower his grip. Like I don't. But anyway, let us move on. So Mark of Chaos. So he can take one of the marks again, or he has a choice of all 5 of them. So this is where we start seeing some differences between him and the Chaos Law and Dormant Mount again. So that is the Brutish Rampage. So roll a dice for each enemy unit that is within 1 inch of this model after this model makes a charge move. On a 2+, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Nice. That's good.
Yeah, nice charge damage there.
Yeah, so, and it's a 2-up, so you can't always guarantee it, but it's more than likely going to be those D3 mortal wounds. And then going on to the Demon Blade. So if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a Demon Bound Blade is a 6, that attack inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. So this is what we saw, like I said, the Demon Bound coming up quite a lot. And in the other War Scrolls. And yeah, 1 more wound on 6. Good. Happy with that.
It's in addition to. So.
Again, this is something more to remember with the Carcadrak, because it has a lot of attacks. Try and remember this. Like, you know, don't get to the end of it and go like, oh, 6 is the more. Oh, it doesn't matter, I forgot now. But like, try and remember that. And then you've got Fueled by Carnage. So at the end of the combat phase, if any enemy models were slain by wounds inflicted by this model's Hex Battle Axe in that phase, you can heal up to D3 wounds allocated to this model. So again, depending on what you're fighting, you're going to want to alternate how you attack with this guy. So you want to make sure that the Hex Battle Axe is the last weapon that kills. So
yeah, if he needs healing, you want it to any kills to kind of come from the Hex Battle Axe.
Exactly. Don't always get in the habit, and it's the same can be said for the Chaos Lord Mount. Don't always get in the habit of I attack with the one that's at the top first. Like start thinking outside that and to really claim it. I feel like it would have been just nice if it was the Hex Battle Axe and the Demon Bound Blade, because basically it just means as long as he inflicted the damage and not his mount, he got to heal. So it's a little bit sad, but still the high damage weapon is the one that does it. So that's the main thing, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got Rune Etched plating. So roll a dice each time you allocate a mortal wound to this model. On a 5+, that mortal wound is negated. And that's very nice because before this model came out, and before I looked at his rules, when you could just have a look at the model, it's like he hasn't got a shield. So I don't think he's going to get that 5-up mortal wound save, but he does. So the cool runes put onto the Carcadrak do mean something, so I do like that. It makes him even more survivable, that 3-up save.
Yeah, he's definitely like an upscale of the Castle and Demonic Mount.
He really
he has
is.
Everything he has and more.
Yeah, he really does. And then we have the command ability, which is the Knights of Chaos, which is the same as the Chaos on Demonic Mount, so we won't read all that again. And then keywords: Chaos, Mortal, Slater, Darkness, Mark of Chaos, Eye of the Gods, Hero, and Chaos Lord. Right, so my first thought of this guy when I first got the book, and this was the first model I built and painted for when the book was coming out. And so I'm really excited about this guy, and I really want to run him. However, he's just not good enough. He's like a bit better. He's better than the Chaos Lord and Demonic Amount. But if I want a cheap way to spam that Knights of Chaos command ability, I'm going to take the Chaos Lord and Demonic Amount. And then he's more expensive than a Demon Prince, which always attacks first and has a good damage output anyway. So why would I take the Chaos Lord and Karkadrak? And do you know why you would take him, Jamie?
I'll take him because he is just awesome.
He is fucking cool, isn't he? He is brilliant. And what I would say is, in my recent games, and I'll be completely honest, this is on Tabletop Simulator, so it's not completely the same, but it's as close as you can get to actually playing on the table. This guy has wrecked fucking face. Like, he has been so survivable, that 3-up save. I sometimes put a Mystic Shield on him, so he's rerolling those ones. 5 or more wounds has down him wonders. And he has been charged by 10... I'm going to get the name wrong now. Drakespawn Knights, is that right, Jamie? The Dark Elf Knights?
Yeah, the Dark Elf
Dino Riders. Yeah. 10 of those charged him. Each of them make him one attack with a -2 rend and 2 damage, I believe. So you can gather, that's quite a lot of save rolls he has to make. And he only took 4 damage. And then he killed... how many... Then, yeah, he killed 8 of those Drakespawn Knights after they attacked him.
I think he's definitely kind of like undervalued a little bit. I've run him a few times and he has put out some really good damage.
Yep.
Obviously, I think one thing that, if you look at these War Scrolls on any of them, you always just got to think, what Chaos God are you?
That was going to bring me on to my second point.
Because that boosts every stat.
Yeah. So, how I've been running this guy with Khorne, right? And I've always made sure he's either the general or he's in range of the general. And how am I doing that? Because I'm generally going Ravengers. So, now, if he's in range of the general of Khorne, let's just go for the weapons, right? So, the Hex Battle Axe, 5 attacks, right? Hit on 3s. He's re-rolling 1s to hit. Wounded on 2s, because he's getting that +1 to wound. But also, I give him the command trait from the Ravengers, because you can pick like 5 bloody command traits in that army. That gives him re-roll wound rolls of 1, or re-roll all failed wound rolls against order. But even just re-rolling 1's a wound, so that means that he's hit on 3s, re-rolling 1s, wounded on 2s, re-rolling 1s, no rend, 2 damage. Next attack, 3 attacks. Hitting on 3s, re-rolling 1s, wounded on 2s, re-rolling 1s, -1 rend, D3 damage. The Tearing Horn and Claws, 3 attacks. Hitting on 4s, re-rolling 1s. Wounding on 2s, not re-rolling the wound because it is the mount. But -1 rend, 2 damage. And even the Battering Tail, 2 attacks. Force the hit, re-rolling 1s. Freeze the wound, no rend, 1 damage. Now that means he is missing so few of his attacks.
Yeah, definitely.
And
that's one thing.
That's how I did
every War Scroll that we go through.
Yep. And
the aura is so massive, isn't it?
It is. And like I said, I know I said like a little while ago, I don't want to just keep repeating the aura, but it's worth mentioning it for some things, because a lot of stuff in this army is hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s, and then as soon as, like, for example, I've been applying Khorne, and it's the general as well, or within range of the general, which is easy enough done, hit on 3s, reroll 1s, wound on 2s. And, like, you can make ways to make them reroll wounds, like this guy. And then that means that I can make this Chaos Lord and Karkadrak a model that I really want to take, but I feel like it's just not a competitive option enough for me to be able to justify putting it into a list. After I killed all the Drakespawn Knights, and I understand Drakespawn Knights aren't the strongest thing in the game, but they charged me and they tried to kill me first, just bear that in mind. And I would have been very lucky in my rolls, he was very unlucky on his saves, all these other circumstances, but what I needed was to see that that was possible. Because now I can see what this guy can do at his best. I understand he might be at his best 1 in 6 games. Doesn't matter. Now I have my faith in him. And to be honest, like I say, hitting on threes, re-rolling ones, winning on twos, re-rolling with all the buffs I've got on him. I don't really think that it was like, oh, poor, you were really lucky. Well, I couldn't really fail that much, could I? So you can see where I'm coming from, can't you, Jamie?
Yeah, you would have to be like really unlucky.
Yeah,
to
you
not
would need
get
to
a lot of
be
attacks
hitting.
through.
You need to be getting shitloads on your twos to hit, basically. So I really, and he can justify putting this way on my list, and I'm almost determined to always try and include this guy where I can, to see what I can do with him. And the guy I'm playing against on TGS, who after me fighting against, you may recognise him, is called Luke. He's been doing some of the Total War videos with me, and he did the Why Play Nighthaunt and Why Play Chaos Dwarf video with me, and he absolutely hates the fucking Kark track. Can't stand it. Thinks it's absolutely stupid at how good it is. And when most people are like, is it really worth his points? Like, I don't know how you fit in that on the list. And then for him, it's apart from Marauders, it's the hero terms, it's the Bane. He almost hates this guy more than Be'lakor. So, in the terms of he hates this guy nearly as much as he hates Be'lakor, which is saying a lot. And like from someone who's like myself, or like, I really want to run this guy because he's cool, but I don't really know if I don't really think he's good enough. I'm like, if he's made you feel like that, I'm always taking him. Fuck yeah. So, yeah, I'm always going to try and find a way to make him work because he's just such a cool model. Like, and now I haven't even like really used him in real life, and now when lockdown's over, I can't wait to put him on the table. Like, I'm just so excited.
Yeah, we've always said we're going to have a Slaves of Darkness Battle of the Gods.
Yeah, will be. So like I say, I've been practicing so much with Khorne, as I honestly believe when you get past Nurgle's amazing, Khorne is really maybe as good, or if not, he's the second one. But in our Battle of the Gods, Jamie is the Khorne player, I am the Slaanesh player, I will be playing as Slaanesh. But I do think Slaanesh has some cool things inherently, just exploding sixes, and then if in range in the general, re-rolling runs and charge.
Isn't it?
Brilliant. I mean, don't get me wrong, it makes my Knights of Chaos commander be a bit more pointless, but you know, I won't think too much hardly about it.
No, but you're +1 to hit. And
yeah, exactly.
that Hex Battle Axe, 5 attacks.
Like I say, I like running my army with as many command points as possible. So if you feel like, is it really worth? I've got fucking 3 off the bat, so in my hero phase. So yeah, cool. I really feel like we've done justice by talking about this guy for this long. So that's that is good. So the next one we'll have a look at is the Chaos Lord on Manticore. So I'm just going to make sure that the recording thing's all working still good. Should be, yeah, we're good. It says it's recording. Half the time it's telling the truth. Half the time it's like, only joking, mate, do the whole thing again. So I'm just double checking. Which is, it's already been playing around me and Jamie. So anyway, right, so Chaos Lord on Manticore. First thing I want to say about this guy, the app says he's 260 points. Absolutely load of shit. He's 280 points, and I've been tricked out on that. And now that means that, like I have to remove some things from my armies to now fit him in where I thought he was going to be fine, no problem. But Games Workshop really needs to get on top of an app where they charge people monthly for it. That's all I'm going to say. But with my little rant aside, shall we look at his... actually, I'll tell you what, Jamie. You have ran this guy in real life.
Countless times, even before the book.
Even before the book. But I would like to say, on today, I have finished my one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing your Chaos one versus my my Slaanesh one. And I really think we should go the Chaos Lord with them as well, so we can see them fighting each other. I think that would be cool, as they do look quite different. I've basically made mine like half a Keeper of Secrets, kind of. But as you're the one with the experience...
mine's more standard, and my hero is very cool. And...
Yeah, I've seen you did spread the wings out of yours, so it does look.
Oh yeah, I had to do that. I couldn't fit the battle axe in.
I'll tell you what though, when I did that, I made the mistake of not pinning them. If you wanted, I pinned them in the end because I spent ages trying to do it without pinning the wings. My Manticore has got 8 pins going through it. Ridiculous. But anyway, as you are the veteran with running a real life Manticore, not real. Do you have real life? That would be amazing. But it'll deal with those dogs you've got in the background that I could hear a little while ago. But okay. Anyway, Take us away on the law, Jamie.
So the Chaos Lord. With raw strength and force of will, the greatest Chaos Lords seek to claim a ferocious manticore as a mount. Those who succeed find their killing power greatly amplified and amongst the deadliest champions of the ruinous powers.
Cool.
You gotta have some balls to track down a manticore.
You really have. Like, bear in mind that you are, I don't know, like a fifth of the size of it. Like,
We're going over to the will. So at full health,
Yep.
your movement is 12. You have a 4+ save, bravery 8, and 12 wounds. It's a shame you don't have a 3+ save, but
and like
4+ save is nice. 12 move is
he's
fast
280.
for this army.
Yeah, and it's fast for this army. And the fact that he's 12 wounds, you go, oh, some monsters are, 14 wounds. He's 280 point. Like.
Yeah, he's not your. I wouldn't say he's not the kind of like giant monster, is he?
No, he's not dragon level, shall we say. He is a manticore. Yeah, so, and then looking at...
Oh, yeah, he's got quite a lot of options. I'm going to go through.
Yeah, it's like... When you look
You,
at...
you have a lot of choices with this guy.
Yeah, and it's not as simple as I can just mix any weapon with another weapon or like a shield or something. I'll let Jamie explain.
Yeah, so in his description, a Chaos Lord on Manticore is a single model armed with one of the following weapon options. So we have Demon Blade and Chaos Lance. We have Chaos Flail and Chaos Lance. Demon Blade, Chaos Rune Shield. Chaos Flail and Chaos Rune Shield. Demon Blade and Dagger Fist, or Chaos Flail and a Dagger Fist. So you're pretty much having either a blade or flail in your right hand, lance in your left, or shield in your left, or a dagger fist in your left.
Yep.
So you have kind of like quite a few options, but you have like 2 weapons for your right hand and 3 different options depending on how you want your manticore to play in your left hand.
That's it, mate, isn't it? And then for the mount, this model's manticore attacks with its horned fangs and its claws and shredding tail, and then fly. This model can fly. I'd be disappointed if it didn't. So,
So it's nice that it can have that fly with a 12-inch move. It gets it around a bit more.
Yeah, it does have a big.
And it opens up your kind of. It's not the only thing that can fly in this army.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like, it can fly and it does have a big base. So like trying to charge behind the enemy line is not easier. It's easier said than done. But I'd say the biggest thing, you can fly over your own units. So that's good. Okay, so then going on to the melee weapons. So we've got the Demon Blade. So there's a 1-inch range, 3 attacks, freeze and freeze, -1 rend, D3 damage. This is very similar to what we've seen of the Demon Blades before. We got a Chaos Lance, so a 2-inch range, 3 attacks, freeze to hit, freeze to wind, no rend, and 2 damage, which doesn't look amazing, but it's a lance. It's going to get a charge bonus, which we'll get to in a moment. And then we got the Chaos Flail, so a 2-inch range, 6 attacks, freeze and freeze, no rend, 1 damage. I mean, why do they even bother with the flail?
At least it's not. At least it's not forced to hit.
Yeah, at least it's not forced to hit. At least it doesn't have any rend this time. The horned fangs and claws, which is 5 attacks, freeze and then to hit, and then wounds on 1s off the bat, which does get weaker as it is a star characteristic. But what I will say is that when me and Jamie read this at first, and when pretty much everyone did, they go like, it wounds on 1s, but you always fail on a wound of a 1, so what's the point? Why don't they just make it a 2? Remember, the enemy can make you -1 to wound, so that it is actually useful. It's not pointless. It isn't. They might as well just put a 2 there. A 1 is useful. So yeah, it wins that.
Yeah. It was quite confusing at first until we kind of go through what we think their process was.
Yeah, like let's say you're going against a Slaves Darkness army with Be'lakor in it with this Manticore, and then Be'lakor makes this guy -1 to wound. Cool, he's still wounded on 2s, basically. So. And then -1 rend, 2 damage. And I do think, I know I keep referring to like the older rules, which is kind of pointless, but I'm just going off the top of my head. I do feel like the Horned Fangs and Claws, I feel like it used to hit on a 4.
It was not. I don't think it was 2 damage either.
Good. No, because I remember when you got to the Manticore, like after the Chaos Lord attack, and you got to the Manticore and go, and the attack's pretty much finished. Like, It was,
he used to be so bad.
yeah.
So bad.
And then the shredding tail starts with 5 attacks, and it will get less as it takes damage as it starts. But I think that was D6 attacks as well, so like it has got better. Force wound, no rend, and 1 damage. Might not sound great, but off the bat, 5 attacks there. Like, you know, you might make the enemy make 1 or 2 save rolls. So.
Oh yeah, it's always good to have those kind of attacks as well against 1 wound models, which might only have like a 5-up save.
It really is. So then you can give him a mark of chaos. So any of the 5 choices you can give him. The ability, so Chaos Rune Shield. Hazard a guess what this one does. So roll a dice each time you allocate a mortal wound to this model. On a 5+, that mortal wound is negated. He's a big target in your army, so people are probably going to be throwing some more wounds his way. But the Chaos Lance, and I said we'll get to this, and it is add 1 to the damage characteristic and improve the rend characteristics of this model's Chaos Lance by 2 if the model made a charge move in the same turn. Lovely how it goes from 0 to 2. It's like the Chaos Knights in the charge, you know. So it's nice that, and now it's damage free, -2.
So which 3 attacks, freeze, -2, 3 damage.
Yeah.
And that's without even applying whatever mark you're running.
Exactly. I think what we'll do is we'll read the rest of the abilities, because there's a few, depending on your weapon option, there's an ability, and then we'll discuss what our favourites are. Like our favourite combo is, after we've read the abilities. So we've got the Demon Bound. Has to guess what this one does. So if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a Demon Bound, or a Demon Blade even, is a 6, that attack inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. Nice there. And then the Dagger Fist. So if an unmodified save roll for an attack made with a melee weapon that targets a model with a Dagger Fist is a 6, the attacking unit suffers 1 mortal wound after all of its attacks have been resolved. So, what are your thoughts on that one, Jamie? Like, if you're getting attacked by a horde,
it's only a, yeah. If it,
I don't like
melee,
it, but I feel like we have to mention it. Like, it's not winning me over, but we have to mention this. I always like the idea, though, of like, you know, like,
yeah, it doesn't win me over compared to the others.
No, but like I like the idea of, like, you know, you can imagine them fighting, and like someone like swings at your Chaos Lord, they miss this, and then this guy just punches this through their gut. Like, it's quite a cool thing. But then you got Territorial Predator, which is an important thing to remember. So that is, you can reroll hit rolls for attacks made with this model's honed fangs and claws if the target is a monster. Can I just
It used to be in your territory.
Yeah, it did. That's what I'm trying to
But
think.
yeah, they've changed it so it's much more kind of like relevant now. Because obviously most of the time you move out of your territory.
You really do. And then before, it was like you have to remember, because sometimes your territory is like half the board, to be fair. But yeah, no, that's good. What I would say is that sometimes maybe we'll dictate your piling. Actually, no, completely forget, because like obviously, like we just said, it's not within your territory. I'm thinking still like territory mode in my head. So yeah, that's generally cool. That's good.
Yeah, it just gives an extra bonus against monsters. It's more likely to get the 2 damage through from your fangs and claws.
Exactly. What I would like to say is
Reroll hits always nice.
Yeah. What I'd like to say, though, just to read the law for it, any who stray into the territory of the Manticore are as good as dead, especially larger creatures that can be seen as a potential rival. And then that makes the Territorial Predator, the Manticore, so angry that it can reroll its hit rolls for its fangs and claws. But not the Shredding Tail. The Shredding Tail's not angry, just the claws. Just the claws there. Why does the Shredding Tail not get to reroll the hits? I do not know. Like, it's just something I saw, and I was just like, why? Like, why not all the monsters attack? But anyway, you get the good one that can reroll. That's the main thing. And then the command ability, which I feel like they had a great opportunity to basically make this command be useful for once. But you know what? They didn't. And it's called Iron Wield Overlord. Cool name. But you can use this command ability in your hero phase. If you do so, pick one friendly Chaos Warriors unit, wholly within 18 inches of a friendly model with this command ability. Liking it already because I like Chaos Warriors. If you do so, you can re-roll charge rolls and battle shock tests for that unit until your next hero phase. Right, so I'm generally not really charging my Chaos Warriors in, and battle shock I'm not really worrying about because I'll just spend a CP on Inspiring Presence.
Yeah, it's kind of from like Lackluster's. Obviously, you can build of a damage unit of Chaos Warriors, but in hindsight, most times how you want to play Chaos Warriors is just defense mode.
Yeah. I just feel like he could have made it.
Oh yeah, not much to write home there, is there?
No, like I think
You could have made it a lot better.
wouldn't it be cool if something we haven't really seen before, something different, which is the Chaos Warriors. Let's say because most people build them with the rune shields, right? The Chaos shields. You know, they give them the 5+ mortal wound save, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's say this command ability gave them let's just say they got to re-roll battle shock tests, yeah, but they also get to re-roll the Chaos Rune Shield 5+ mortal wound save, which I know isn't really even good, but if you go like, the enemy's going to try and hit them to fuck with mortal wounds, it might be useful. Like,
it'd be a lot more useful than reroll charge.
Or just even fuck it, just make it reroll save rolls. I know they can do that if there's 10 or more anyway, but let's say you got 5 reroll save rolls and reroll the shield save, then
If they just done that to Chaos unit.
yeah. It's a
anyway,
shame.
we go to his weapon options because
Yes.
command ability is just.
So I'm gonna say one weapon, and I'm gonna hope you're gonna say the next one. Then we get the dream combo. So I'm gonna say a Chaos Lance, and you're gonna say
Demon Blade.
there we go. That is the combo. Yes, you can give him the Chaos Rune Shield because number one, it looks really cool. However, I am not using this guy defensively. If this guy charges, he is either charged something that can't do too much damage to him, or he is charged something that he will be attacking first. The other thing is I usually take him in Ravengers, which means I give him the command trait that makes the enemy -1 to hit him in combat. And the reason I give it to him is because he's got a massive base, so more chance the enemy's going to be throwing attacks at him. So the Demon Blade and Chaos Lance.
All out damage.
All that damage, and like I say, you might be fed up when I mention the word or the name Khorne again, but as running him and Khorne, it just makes the stats so much better. Because unlike when you go like Nurgle, like, oh, well, you can do an extra damage, and I say, right, yeah, but there's no guarantee you're going to get that 6. You're just going to inherently, with the Khorne ones, getting better stats off the bat. So now it's Demon Blade, 3 attacks, hit on 3s, reroll on 1s. This guy is definitely either going to be the general, at least within range of the general, with how I play. So hitting on 3s.
Even with Ravengers, one thing.
Yeah, you just choose.
You can just choose, depending on who's fighting better.
Yeah, so like he's always going to get the bonus. So 3 attacks, hit on 3s, reroll on 1s, wounded on 2s, -1 rend, D3 damage. You have to be unlucky if you fail that. Basically, you need to get 2s to hit or 1s to wound there. Not as reliable as Karkadrak, but pretty reliable. Then again, depends if you want to give this guy that artifact. Anyway, other command trait. And then he's got the Chaos Lance, which I'm going to be talking about on the charge here. So 2-inch range, 3 attacks, 3s to hit, reroll on 1s, 2s to wound, -2 rend, 3 damage. That
is nasty.
I have managed to kill a... Did I manage to... I think I killed a Hydra with the Demon Blade and Chaos Lance alone, or maybe it then got finished with the horn, like the fangs and the claws. But I know Hydra isn't like the biggest thing out there, but you know, it's a chunk of wounds, so like he can do really good damage on the charge for where my sort of thoughts on the Chaos Lord of Manticore, as we're going to talk about in a unit we'll get to in a moment, which is the Chaos Sorcerer Lord Manticore, because its spell is so good. Everyone's like, auto go for that one. Just don't worry about it. You can build the Chaos Lord because he's a separate model you can put on top, but don't worry about that. Just build the Chaos Lord for Sorcerer Lord for now. I honestly think you can do things with the Chaos Lord or Manticore. Yes, his command ability sucks, but as a combat beast, he is good because he's got so many multi-damage weapons. All but his... So how we're building him, all but his Shredding Tail is... well, I suppose you've got the D3 there, so you can't rely on it. But on average, that's 2 anyway. So, 2 damage weapons, basically. But on the charge with the Lance is 3 damage, isn't it? So, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage output.
Yeah, it definitely got that damage potential. He's got the speed to help give your knights the buff, the aura buff.
And if you put, if you make him so his aura, there's multiple ways to this. Make him so his aura is 18 inches. And if you're thinking like how, like for example, off the top of my head, Ravengers, given the artifact that makes it like the Ever Watched or something, it's called like that. The Ever Favoured, something like that. Anyway, his aura ability goes to 18 inches, which on that base size is huge. Like, really.
Yeah, you can't underplay having a bigger base to have an 18-inch aura from.
Yeah, and with this guy, like I haven't fully converted to Khorne in model terms because I do everything Slaanesh, obviously, like I say, and it pains me to say this because obviously Slaanesh is the sworn enemy of Khorne, and that makes me not like Khorne. But when I first looked at these War Scrolls, when the book came out, I'm like, freeze and freeze, I'm probably going to fail my dice here of only 3 attacks. But as soon as you go, no, it's not freeze and freeze, it's freeze rerolling 1s, and then you'll need a 2 to wound. Then you're like, oh, this stuff is really going through to the enemy save rolls. Like, this sheer... because it's high damage, because, generally more than 1, and it's going to be a lot of dice the enemy's going to have to roll to save, probably. So
yeah, everything gets better with
the marks.
adding on the auras.
Yeah. And, like, let's... For God's sake, let me just stop talking about Khorne for a moment. If you go Slaanesh, that's a lot of dice you're rolling to try and get 6s to do exploding hits. If you go Nurgle, that's a lot of chances of you rolling that 6 to wound.
Yeah, in which case it could be like 4 damage with the lance.
Yeah.
And -2.
If you're going Zeech, because you didn't go with a mark that actually benefited you in combat, at least you're re-rolling 1s to save. Like, because you haven't killed the thing you tried to. Like, yeah, so...
Even with, like, Nurgle, Nurgle's second one is you're -1 to hit shooting, which means you're less likely to take damage as you approach the enemy. But obviously it depends on your gaming area and if you're against someone with shooting.
It really does. The great thing about your slaves is that you can adapt it to who you're fighting. Obviously, if you know who you're going to be fighting, it's not a tournament, so you can't just change your list halfway through. But like you say, Nurgle on the lance, if he gets a 6 to wound, 4 damage on the charge. So,
and even if you're putting that on the Manticores, like 5, like it's claws.
And what
-1 rend, it could be 3 damage.
Yeah, exactly, because the mark is not a command trait. It's not an artifact. It does benefit the mounts as well. And what I would say is that, yes, if this guy gets charged, his lance is no longer -2 rend. It's now rend dash, and then it's only 2 damage. This guy, when he's stuck in combat, it's not like the knight situation with the lances. This guy is still... His damage output is nearly just as good. Like, sure, you can't rely on the Chaos Lance anymore to do a lot of damage, but the other attacks added a lot towards your damage total for what this guy was dealing out anyway.
Yeah, and you're still getting mortal wounds from the Demon Blade possibly as well.
Yeah. One thing I'd probably say the biggest weakness for this guy is for up save. Like, if the enemy wants to take him down, they can. Like you say, you can do the Nurgle -1 to shooting and stuff. But let's say you're not Nurgle. You went for one of the 4 other choices. Like the enemy can damage him, But the good thing about this guy is because most of the damage is done by him, or at least half the damage is done by him, his attacks aren't being affected on the damage table. When I mean him, I mean the rider. But so what I would say, something I've been doing when I've been playing with him, when I have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot as well, I tend to give this guy the reroll save rolls from the Oracle Vision or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's a super easy buff.
Yeah, you're guaranteed to get it. The only thing you can do to fuck it up is like make sure this guy is outside of those 12-inch range. So make sure he's within range. It gives him that save he really needs, those re-roll-ins. Even if you can't do that because you're like, I have to put on another unit, maybe try and put a Mystic Shield on this guy, like, because he's a big target.
Yeah, and being a bigger target, he's going to maybe attract that early firing from your opponent if they got shooting.
Yeah, there's a chance this guy could go down, but I have, like, surprisingly, like I've been talking about the Carc Track, done more damage to the Carc Track. Like, you know, there are quite a few heroes in this army as we're going through, which might not necessarily you think like they're big combat hitters, and yet, you know, they're no what's like a, I don't want to say Archaon because he's in this list, but you know, like they're no what's a, like, I don't know, you know, Maw Crusher, shall we say? They're no, like, you know, Maw Crusher if you like, but they can, like, as a dark horse, be pretty effective and they can do quite a lot of damage. Like, so
yeah, they can be very sneaky.
Yeah,
damage, can't they?
So the enemy might try and take this guy out and go, I've killed your hero that can do damage, and then you charge the Carc Track in with also, let's say, a Chaos Lord and one out, and you go, yeah, these two will have a good chance of killing whatever they've just charged. Like, it's you have some really, and that's what I love about the heroes in this army, is in lore they've got so much character. Not because, like, oh, Chaos Lord and Demonic Mount is always known to be like this and this is his characteristics. No, because they're all different. They're all different on their path to glory, and they have that Eye of the Gods role, so you want to take a lot of them, and really their rules encourage you to take different ones. So I like it, and like I say, in my Ravengers list I'm running 4 Chaos Lords. 1 on foot, 1 on Demonic Mount, 1 on Carc Track, and 1 on Manticore, just to have all of them. And it's really fun, honestly, and they all bring something different to the table. And then his keywords are Chaos Mortal, Manticore, Slaves of Darkness, Mark of Chaos, Eye of the Gods, a Monster, Hero, and Chaos Lord. Do you have anything else to add to this guy, Jamie?
Well, he still gets the Eye of the Gods.
Yes.
Whether or not you want to turn him into a Demon Prince is probably more situational.
Yeah, because like this guy, remember, if he turns into a Demon Prince, boom, his aura, his Mark of Chaos aura has gone down. And also, this guy is like 70 points more than a Demon Prince. I think Demon Prince is 210. So yeah, like it's the same with the Chaos Lord and Carc Track. If he turns to a Demon Prince, situational, because he is going to cost you more than a Demon Prince. So it is.
I'll probably do it if this guy was near enough dead.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. If it's like that situation, then like the Demon Prince got a better save. He's going to attack first. If you're still,
he gets all his wings back.
Yeah, exactly. So it is good, but like, to be honest, a lot of the time this guy is going to be I don't know, getting anything like adding 1 to hit rolls for one of the, like, off the top of my head, like it's things like, you know, add 1 to hit roll for like, pick one of the weapons, add 1 to hit rolls, or add 1 to your attacks, or +1 save, or plus, you know, or an extra minus rend. You know, there are these other ones. To be fair, I've had a game with him where and this is on TTS again, but you know, it's basically the same thing. Temperature Simulator, if you don't know what that is. And what he got was a 10, which I believe, off the top of my head, is the one that let me bring on a unit of demons. And I wasn't all Zeech and go, aha, now I bring on 10 pink horrors, and that's the best possible combat. No, I was caught. And I brought on 10 bloodletters, but that made me, I think I told you, didn't I, Jamie, when I did it? And by bringing on 10 bloodletters, it was late in the game, and that gave me another unit to hold an objective and won me the game on that. And I know you can't
Yeah,
rely on
yeah.
that,
You can't rely on it, like you say.
but it does happen.
And this guy's more likely to kill.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and that was from killing a Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon, so not even like a small thing. That's a pretty impressive thing to kill on a charge.
Something to take down.
Yeah. So, I really like this guy, and I wanted to talk about him for a while because he often gets pushed to the side because people go for the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore, which we'll get to. Not the next one, but the one after that we'll review. Because I wanted to give this guy a bit of talking time, because a lot of time people are only going to buy one of these boxes, and yes, you can build both variants, so you can switch which one you want, or like how I've converted mine up, I made him look like he could be either or sorry, she could be either or. So definitely don't just keep the Chaos Lord on sprue, shall we say. Definitely get him built, definitely get him paired. And he's an awesome model as well. He has a very cool helmet, I think, too. And you gave his helmet to the Chaos Lord on foot, from what I remember.
Yeah, I did. Because it was too good to, like I say, waste away.
And you gave him a Khorne helmet?
Yeah, he's got
God,
a Khorne helmet and...
Because he hasn't been on the table for a long time, has he?
No, he's sadly kept in a box.
But that's
Yet to be COVID.
Yeah, that's not because of his rules, it's because of COVID. If you're wondering, if you're somebody like used to play Save Darkness, you pick them up again with the new Battle Tome, he's got better. There we go. I think we've talked about him enough. Okay, and then the next hero we are going to look at is, of course, going to be the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot. So this is where we're really going to start looking at the sort of like more like wizards of this army. So a little bit of lore for him. The very air around a Sorcerer Lord is saturated with dark magic. With their command of demonic powers and gift of foresight, these warlocks bolster the power of their allies while unleashing their own devastating spellcraft on the enemy. So they are quite a... They've built them up quite high in the lore, and to be fair, this is a unit you're going to want to take when me and Jamie get into it, so that it's fair enough. And especially how it's only going to cost you 110 points. It's very good, but we'll read it all and then we'll break it down. So, description: a Chaos Sorcerer Lord is a single model armed with a Sorcerer's Staff and Chaos Runeblade. It has for its will stat a 5-inch movement, a 4+ save, 7 bravery, and 5 wounds. With its melee weapons, it's going to have a Sorcerer's Staff. So this is your typical 2-inch range, 1 attack, force to hit, freeze wound, master rend, D3 damage. Very typical for any wizards really in the game, unless they're a character. And then you've got your Chaos Runeblade. So this is a 1-inch range, 2 attacks, freeze and freeze, no rend, 1 damage. What I want to say there, Jamie, is like I said, standard sort of wizard staff attack, but don't underestimate that Chaos Runeblade, because it can sometimes kill the extra model or something that
and
is needed to take an objective.
The other thing to point out is a 4+ save for a wizard.
Yeah, that's a good
You
point.
can obviously see in the picture he does come with some armour, but it's nice to have that 4+ save for what is normally a squishy guy.
I think he might have used to been a 5+ before the Battle Tome.
Yeah, I have a feeling he was a 5+ as well.
And he used to be 30 more points, but that's basically because he used to be better as an ally, because this spell helped out pretty much all chaos. But anyway, so he can be given a mark of chaos, and he can be given 4 of the 5 marks here. And this is why it's always really quite important to read it, especially if you're quite new to chaos, because someone like myself and you, Jamie, who we've got a fair understanding of the lore. We've been playing the game for a while, so it's like obviously the Sorcerer Lord can't have the mark of chaos. The mark of Khorne even, and it's just because Khorne doesn't like wizards. That's just his thing. But in case you are new, it is important to read that he can't have the Khorne keyword for his mark of chaos. He can only have Nurgle, Zeech, Slanesh, or Undivided. So if you're looking at taking the Khorne Battalion, I think the Bloodmark Battalion it's called, where you need 1 Khorne hero and then 8 Khorne units, all Mortal Slaves Darkness stuff, he can't be part of that battalion. So he's going to take be like an extra drop to that battalion or something. And that's something I've personally run. So it's just something to bear in mind that I think is important to remember.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't have him in the army, but obviously if you're running the Khorne army, other than his abilities, what we'll go through next, he's not giving you no aura. The only aura he will give will be to himself.
Exactly. And that doesn't mean to say, oh, just chuck away the aura. No, give him like, I mean, obviously depending on what you want to go for, but I would say probably the Zeech one, because then he's just going to reroll save rolls of 1. You know, that's
so
quite
4
save
reroll
reroll
ones.
Because why not? There's no point. Yeah, there's no point going, oh, Nurgle, just in case he gets into combat. Like, you know, think a little bit more about it. Or Sinesh if you want to make him a bit faster. But anyway, so actually Sinesh wouldn't work because the reroll runs and charges
It's
for the
if
general.
you're a general.
Unless you want to make him the general, you know, in a corner. But of course, you don't have to take this guy in a Khorne army. You can go for another mark, and it's not a problem. But just thought it's important to say that, as it will be the same for like other wizards we look at. Okay, so we have the abilities. So we have the Oracle Visions. Is it Oracle Visions? How's that word?
Yeah, or
That's
Oracular Visions.
I think
Sorcerer can
Oracle,
tempt
it means
the
the same
stone.
thing.
But it's
sorry.
a great ability. So in your hero phase, you can pick one friendly mortal Slaves of Darkness unit. So mortal Slaves of Darkness, wholly within 12 inches of this model. If you do so, you can reroll save rolls for attacks that target that unit until your next hero phase. Straight up, reroll all fail saves if you're wholly within 12 inches. This is just straight up a great ability to have in your army.
You're not rolling a dice for it. It's not a spell. It just goes
All you got to be is wholly within 12 inches of him, and he gets to pick one of your units to reroll all fail saves.
Exactly. Just a couple things to note for this. Mortal. No Demon Princess reroll and save rolls. I think that's a mistake me and you have both made when this book came out. Just remember to read that it's mortal and not like, you know, Demon Prince or if there's any other examples of where they're not, you know, or like Be'lakor, for example.
Yeah, but it does mean you can put it on Archaon because he does have demon but also mortal.
Exactly. And the other thing I'd just like to say for this is this has been one of those abilities that I've put this guy in my list because I know it has this ability. And then when I've been deploying my army, I'll then, let's say I take the first turn and I go, oh, crap, the thing I wanted to have the reroll saves, I didn't think about that when I was deploying. And now it's outside of the Holy Within 12. Because this is in your hero phase, you don't have a movement to put it in the right place. Unless he wants to teleport himself for some random reason. But so just be careful with your measurements. And also because this guy is slow, you might not be getting off this ability on the unit you want, i.e. the unit that's going to run on the board every turn. So you might want to run this guy forward if needed. So we've got that. That's a very good ability. And then Magic, of course. So this model is a wizard. It can attempt to cast one spell in your hero phase and turn to unbind one spell in the enemy hero phase. It knows the Arcane Bolt, Mystic Shield, and Demonic Power spells. So this is really what shows that this guy isn't just a one-trick pony, because he's got the Demonic Power spell. So Demonic Power's casting value of 6. If successfully cast, pick one friendly mortal Slaves of Darkness unit wholly within 18 inches of the caster and is visible to them. You can re-roll hit and wound rolls for attacks made by that unit until your next hero phase. Do you like this spell, Jamie?
I think everyone's gonna love this spell. Casting value 6, really low for a spell.
Really low.
But buffs it gives you a reroll. Hit and wound rolls is that's going to be awesome for your damaging unit when it charges forward.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, wholly within 18 inches, that's massive, because like before I was thinking that, you know, it's wholly within 12, but wholly within 18, that's great. So when we were saying that it's going to be a bit harder for you to always put that reroll save rolls onto a unit that you want because it might be up the board and this guy's a bit slower, wholly within 18 inches just gives him so much more range. He can put it on.
Loads more range.
It's loads. And because in this army, a lot of things are hitting on freeze and wound on freeze. you've just you're there's so many ways in this army to just, if not make your like rend ridiculous or your damage ridiculous, there's so many ways in this army just to make your hit and to wound rolls reliable, to make the enemy have to make all the saves. Well, and this is one of the best examples of it.
Oh yeah, definitely. And with, because it doesn't say failed. So if you want to
Yep, exactly.
be greedy and reroll, you know, if you're Celeste, reroll anything that's not a 6. To try and get more exploding 6s. Or if you're Nurgle, reroll in a bunch of wounds to try and get 6s to do the extra 1 damage. It's just a great ability for pretty much anyone you put it on.
Yeah,
And it definitely helps, like we've been saying through this video, with Khorne, with Aura, you can get quite good rerolls anyway. But this still helps. It helps a unit not have to be near a hero. But then also it helps the other marks of chaos to really up their damage by having the rerolls through this spell.
Yeah, like let's say like your Nurgle, for example, and you really want to get all those 6s to wound. Boom, this is going to help. And also, like you say, it doesn't have to be failed, so that means how modifiers, work in Age of Sigmar is that they happen, I can't remember exactly the wording, but it's like after the reroll. So let's say the enemy has made you -1 to hit, and you're hitting on 4s normally, so now you're hitting on 5s. If you can only reroll failed hit rolls, you wouldn't be able to reroll the 4s.
Yeah, that is because it is success to you, but then the modifier happens at the end.
Exactly, but you don't have to worry about that for this guy. And then something else to just remember, that what is important for this is Mortal Slays the Darkness. And I know that's already been on quite a few things we've read so far, and it's going to be on future things, and it sounds like I'm just repeating myself. But honestly, I don't think I've seen... Well, put it this way, like I said, I've made that mistake before. I think yourself have, like when the book first came out, and I've seen battle reports online where the amount of times this gets stuck on a Demon Prince, and it's meant to be mortal. So really do clarify, not just Slaves of Darkness, it has to be mortal as well. Just so, and to be fair, it's not a problem. Most of your kiddie stuff is going to be mortals. So, but just to remember. And then it's got keywords: Chaos, Mortal, Slaves of Darkness, Mark of Chaos, Eye of the Gods, Hero, Wizard, and Chaos Sorcerer Lord. So the most important thing here is that this guy at some point throughout the game becomes a Demon Prince, which is the dream.
Which is always a dream for the Eye of the Gods.
It is, and knowing the cheeky bugger, a Sorcerer Lord, he probably will get it. And just something that's going to be inherent for all of the wizards we go through when we talk about this, and this is something we talked about in part 1 of the video series me and Jamie have done for Slaves of Darkness, is that your spell lore is really good. There's loads of tactical spells in there, so you're always going to want to take at least one wizard in your army to be able to use one of those spells. And most of these wizards have got great spells on their war score already, so you might want to take more than one. So it's not just an army where you go, oh, I might take a bit of magic. You do want to focus it, so bear that in mind when we look into the rest of these wizards when we go forward. So the next one, logically, we're going to look at is going to be the Chaos Sorcerer Lord non-demonic mount, because it doesn't have one. That would be a nice model for them to make one day, I think. A remake of the old.
They're kind of missing that, aren't they?
They used to have one, because I think there's like on the compendium there's a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on demonic mount, basically, but it's not really legal. So it would be cool to see that one day, though. I think that would be really cool, and they could do it in the same style of the Carcadrak. Like, I don't mean make him on the Carcadrak, because then he's like a hybrid combat wizard, but I just mean something as cool. It would be, but like
something as cool would have been good.
Yeah, I think something that, and we've probably already said it throughout this video, one of mine and your favourite things about Slaves of Darkness is just how cool heroes are. Even if, like, for example, myself, where I convert most of my own heroes, my Slaves of Darkness army, but they're all inspired by the heroes, and it's absolutely great. But Anyway, I'm rambling on. So going on to the next one is the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore. So the binding magic of a Chaos Sorcerer Lord can break the will of even a mighty Manticore. Upon such a mount, they plunge headlong into the foe, summoning gales of dark energy as the Manticore tears the enemy asunder. And this guy is going to cost you 260 points, so 20 points less than the Chaos Lord of Manticore, which if you're building your Slates of Darkness list on the Azir app from Games Workshop, at the current time they haven't actually updated it. So the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Manticore is actually 260 points. I don't think it was ever that point, so that's very annoying, because then it means you can sometimes make illegal lists, which is something that's obviously never happened to me, but I'm very annoyed about it. So I had a game against a couple of games with a list actually with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore, and it put it as 260, and my list was 2,000 bang on. So that meant those couple of games, I won my games, but I was playing with 20 points over, which I feel bad. Like it's a paid for service by its own company. Like if Battlescribe can do it right, which is a free third party app, why can't they? But anyway, sorry, I don't want to rant too long, but it's just something to bear in mind when you build your list and stuff. And forgive me if I already mentioned that when I reviewed the Chaos Sorcerer Lord Manticore. I just like complaining. So this guy though, 260 points. I'm just going to say now, like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot, 110 points. Bargain. This guy's going to be a bargain. So here's the description. A Chaos Sorcerer Lord or Manticore is a single model armed with a Sorcerer's Reaping Staff. He has pretty good wheel stats because obviously he's on the Manticore. His movement starts at 12. He has a 4+ save, Bravery 8 and 12 wounds. And his melee weapons, of which he has quite a lot. So the Sorcerer's Reaping Staff, which is a 2-inch range, 3 attacks, freeze and freeze, -1 rend, D3 damage. And then you've got the Horn Fangs and Claws, which is 1-inch range, 5 attacks, freeze to hit, wounding on 1s, but like we said with the Manticore earlier, it will get affected, and you do always hit on, well, you can't wound on 1, so to start with you'll always be wounded on 2s. -1 rend and 2 damage, and then you got the Shredding Tail. So this is a 3-inch range, 5 attacks, 4s and 4s, no rend, 1 damage. So the Manticore is the same as what it was before. And what I would say about this, I'm sure you're going to agree with me, Jamie, is that his staff attacks are pretty damn tasty. Like, for a sorcerer, he's not a standard Chaos Lord charging in with the Manticore, but this guy can, I would say now, with the new changes, do some work in combat.
Cool, yeah. I remember having this model before these changes, and he just looked so dangerous with his Sorceress Scythe. But I'm sure it was something like 2 attacks, 4s and 3, exactly. No rend. I think it might still been D3 damage.
It was D3 damage, yeah.
But it was just like, I'm sure it was 1-inch range as well.
I'm sure it was. I'm just like, even that's longer than a normal Sorcerer Staff. And what I would say, and this is something we mentioned with the Chaos Lord of Manticore, is that the Manticore has got better as well. So it's like a win-win for combat effectiveness for this guy.
Yeah, definitely. He's not going to be outrageous, but he can definitely take on some of the lighter units, or deal with, because he's pretty fast with 12-inch move, and also he can fly. He can easily deal with the smaller units that are out there in Age of Sigmar.
Definitely, I'd say don't charge this guy in and think, he's going to wipe out a unit, but don't be afraid to charge him in. Like when we talked about the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot, it's like, I don't think we said it, but it just goes, without saying, basically, you don't really want to charge him into combat. This guy can do quite a bit of damage. I wouldn't rely on the damage, but you would definitely be able to kill a few things. Particularly if it's like, if you've got an enemy unit nearby that is going to do a lot of hurt to you on the charge, but you're like, I don't really want to charge it because it could maybe do some damage to me in combat. Charge this guy in, he'll be fine. To be honest.
Oh yeah, he's more than capable of tagging on to the end of, things like, Moser Guard, if you can tag on to the end.
Chaos Knights.
If you can just take away the charge bonus.
If you're fighting against cities of Sigmar, I think from like when I've been reading through their units, a lot of their cavalry is the same, where it's all right. Then on the charge, it's like, ooh, that's quite good. Just nerf it, just charge in. So yeah, so like we say, you can do some work in combat. Obviously, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is going to be your boss man for doing damage in combat, but this guy can do quite good work. So we're going to see some similarities here between, like I said, this guy and the other guy on the Manticore, but also with the Chaos Lord on foot. Okay, so of course this model can fly. It's got a mount, obviously the Manticore, and the Mark of Chaos. Again, it cannot take the Khorne mark. It cannot have the Khorne keyword like the Sorcerer Lord on foot, and I explained why back then. So then we got the Oracle Vision, which again is to get the reroll of save rolls on a Mortal Slave's Darkness unit, hold within 12 inches of him in your hero phase. Fantastic. And it might
Bigger
seem...
base. Bigger base, more reach.
Absolutely. Bigger base, more reach. This guy's faster. So when I said the guy on foot before, you know, he's going to need to run up the field to try and get where he needs to get that off. This guy's going up the field anyway. He's going to be probably just as fast as anything else in your army. 12-inch movement. That's faster than your knights, for example.
Yeah, and if anything's out of range, you're more than beneficial of putting it on himself.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like we said, if there's no one else to put on and you're thinking about charging them in, boom's got a 4-up save rolling. Not invincible, but the enemy, especially if they don't have any rend, brilliant. It's great. And I know sometimes it feels like, oh, it's just a copy and paste of an ability. No, it's great because it means that if you don't have space to put the other Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot in, you're not missing out on that ability. Okay, so then we've got Territorial Predator, which is what we said again for the Manticore before, which I might as well read it, it's only short. So you can reroll hit rolls for attacks made with this model's horned fangs and claws. If the target is a monster, nice. Try not to forget about it, really. We talked about it before. But the reason for taking this guy is, yeah, the Oracle Vision is good, but it's really his spell. And so this model is a wizard. It can attempt to cast one spell in your hero phase and attempt to unbind one spell in the enemy hero phase. It knows the Arcane Bolt, Mystic Shield, and Wind of Chaos spells. So Wind of Chaos, since the start of Age of Sigmar, I've used this model back then, because I used to have like a smallish like Zeech Slaves of Darkness army, and I loved this guy because of its spell. And the spell has now changed, and it's got better for
in a
for
manner
a
of
certain
speaking,
role.
it,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's so basically what it's done, instead of it being generally quite generally a good spell, now it is, depending on what you're targeting, not good or fucking amazing, and I'll tell you for why. So Wind of Chaos has a casting value of 7. If successfully cast, pick one enemy unit within 18 inches of the caster and is visible to them. Roll a number of dice equal to the number of models in that unit. For each 5, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. For each 6, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, which means, ladies and gentlemen, without having to entirely tailor your list to deal with hordes, this guy is your anti-horde guy. He is your horde killer for this army.
Oh yeah, you know, those blocks of, 40 clan rats?
60 grots.
60 grots.
That are battle shot immune, pretty much. Like,
What's the one that the ogres can take? Gretchen things?
like Noblars.
Noblard.
You also have what they called Mortek Guard.
Yep, the Bone Reapers don't like mortal wounds.
They really don't. When we had our like tester games with them and stuff a while back, that's how you deleted them. This is when Petrified Elite was broken. So like, this spell is this spell is great. And what I'd like to say a few things about it is, it's not wholly within 18 inches. It's not pick a enemy unit within 18 inches and then roll a dice for each model that is within the 18. Nope, just every model in that unit. And it's not.
It is very strong, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a lot of spells out there like this where it's like, on a 6-up, they take a mortal wound. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. You know, it's like, just why would I bother? But on a 6, you're doing D3 mortal wounds, and on a 5, it's like, you can get so much damage off on this. But where is the weakness in this spell? Obviously, it's not it can still do work against elite units, but it's not best targeted against them. But of course, it's the casting value of 7, right? That's the
You got casting value 7, and you don't have, unless you're taking one of the sub factions, you're not naturally getting buffs for your casting.
There's only like one other way to do it, which we'll get to in a moment. But like, it's hard to build into it.
Yeah, it's not like you can easily just go and get +2 to your casting.
Yeah, it's not like, for example, my Flesh Eater Court army, Jamie, my Arch Regent, right? I can, by taking a corpse cart and giving him a certain command trait and a certain artifact, he's got +3 to cast.
Yeah,
you don't have that
unfortunately, when we went over the artifacts and that, there was nothing like that for this army.
Yeah, and we said then it's sad that there wasn't anything to help with pluses to cast, but there are other ways to get those pluses. Like, at least, what I will say, at least there are ways, right? The only
thing is, if you're like taking this to a tournament, if you come up against a horde, then you've got this spell, and it's great.
Boom. Yeah.
If you're not gambling against your sword, he's going to have one of the other lore spells that you can throw out there.
Exactly, because I think sometimes when I've been building my lists, I'm like, basically I build the list taking the units I want to take, right? Like that's the main priority, and then seeing how I can make them competitive. And when I get to like towards the end of the list, I'm like, yeah, I'm quite happy with that list. I think that can do good. And go, what am I going to do if I go against 180 grots? I'm like, fuck. And then like, well, I'll take this guy. He will more than likely get this spell off once per game, and then that can deal an incredible amount of damage to just one of those big blocks. Like, it gives me something, right? Like you said. So, and then just going on with the keywords. So we've got Chaos, Mortal, Manticore, Slaves of Darkness, Mark of Chaos, Eye of the Gods, Monster, Hero, Wizard, and Chaos Sorcerer Lord. So, yes, definitely a top favourite for both of us in that one. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So the next one we're going to have a look at is going to be the Gaunt Summoner. So this guy is a little bit different because he feels like a Zeech guy, but essentially, it might even say it in a little bit of lore here, but yeah, okay, it does actually say what I was about to say. So I'll read actually what Games Workshop wrote. So the Gaunt Summoners are strange demon sorcerers or Zeech, bound to the will of the Everchosen. They glide above the battlefield on Zeechian discs. Of Zeech.
Scintillating discs of Zeech.
Yeah, there we go, that one. And that's basically what, in case you're wondering, like the Sky Sharks, with the Screamers that Zeech has, they eventually turn into discs. What I thought was
that's some strange evolution there.
Yeah, I thought that was quite cool though. Like, you can see the connection, but yeah, almost like mating rituals in the Mortal Realms. So you've got anyway, laying the enemy low with arcane power and cursed daggers. So there you go. You might go, I thought this was a Zeech unit. This is how it works. This is how he's in the army. And he is going to cost us just double top 260. Yeah, cool. There he is. Okay, so where are we? Chaos. There he is. So description: a Gaunt Summoner on Disc of Zeech is a single model armed with a chain staff and warp tongue blade. So he's got a this model can fly. Obviously, he's the disc is his mount. He's got a 16-inch movement, a 6+ save, bravery 8, and 6 wounds.
16-inch movement is massive.
It's massive. Obviously, that 6+ save sounds really bad for this model, but what I will say is, as we get later, there is a way from like add 2 to a save rolls against a lot of things and stuff. I just want to check because that I've got go on someone on Disc of Zeech because so I get my for this video. No, I'm going here. So for this video, I get my points from like just War Scroll Builder on the community site, and they say it has 5 wounds.
Yeah.
So I was just a little bit unsure if I had the right thing, but no, that is the right thing. Is he 260 in your book, Jamie? Just to make sure that should be. Because it says that it just says his wounds characteristic is different, so I just wanted to make sure if it was.
Yeah, 260.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So this guy's I just want to make sure I had that right. Okay, cool. So you know what? I'll let you, because this guy's obviously got the best attacks of the ones we've reviewed out of the wizards so far. I'll let you review it.
Well, he's actually got a missile weapon in his
Mm.
chain staff. 18 inches, 1 attack, 3s and 4s, no rend. D3 damage though. He's got a warp tongue blade, 1 inch range, 1 attack, 3s and 4s, 1 damage. Blades and stingers, obviously from the mount, 1 inch range, D3 attacks, 4s and 4s, 1 damage. So not quite like the other discs.
Yeah, because I was
What
putting
Zangors
D3
and that, but
attacks and then D3 damage, right?
yeah,
Well, and probably a Ren chucked in there, and probably not 4s and 4s.
but this is a wizard one, so
Yeah, so obviously,
not as good. Lazy.
yeah.
But I think you're not going to get this guy into combat. The main thing you're looking at is going to be what comes next.
Yes, it's going to be. Do you want to read that as well?
Yeah, so
this is-
he's got a few abilities.
This
With
is like the main
first
one.
Yeah, the first one being his main one is the Book of Profane Secrets. Once per battle, at the start of your hero phase, you can say this model will use its Book of Profane Secrets. If you do so, you can summon 1 unit from the list below to the battlefield and add it to your army. But the number of spells this model can attempt to cast in that phase is reduced by 1. Which he can cast 2 spells,
Yeah, this is not.
so he can still cast another 1. The summon unit must be set up wholly within 9 inches of this model and more than 9 inches away from the enemy units. So you can choose one of the following, which is pretty much demons from all the factions. Either 10 pink horrors, 10 bloodletters, 10 plague bearers, 10 demonettes, or 6 furies. Which straight up just add in. Obviously, let's go to the meta. The meta thing at the moment is pink horrors, because they can then explode into a lot of blues and then explode into brimstones.
Yeah,
But all in all, just getting like a free unit to your army is a bonus.
yeah, it really is, and obviously the that's the way. Most competitively, that's the way to go with the pink horrors. But I'm just quick looking through the FAQ now to see if it has changed. Is it called Book of Profane Secrets? That spell.
Yeah.
Change the first line of summoned units list to 5 horrors as each. Because I wondered if they changed it because that's a very strong, and they have. So it's not 10 pink horrors, it's 5. It's 5 horrors as each. The wording's changed, and but they probably imagine they still turn into blues and brims. So it's still probably competitively the best choice, but it's not as good as it is written on the War Scroll. But to be honest with you,
Even if it's just something you summon on your back objective.
yeah, I mean, I quite like the idea of summoning. Okay, we've said pink horrors is the most competitive one, right? So that aside, I quite like the idea of summoning 6 furies. And I know, like, they go like, "Oh, that's not the most point effective and stuff," but they're a very tactical unit.
Yeah, they can retreat from combat and obviously can fly and are pretty much faster than a lot of units in your army.
Yeah, and a tactical unit that I'm probably not going to pay for points in my list, but a unit I'd still like to have.
Yeah,
It depends what you
that's
need,
the
right?
thing,
Do you
right?
need more models on the board? Then you go for obviously demonettes, plague bearers, and bloodletters. And arguably, one would say you go for the unit choice which your army is themed around. One would argue that would be the coolest thing to do.
Oh yeah, I see myself. Obviously, I have a call on.
So you
and
wouldn't
I have
take this guy
bloodletters.
out of pure pride?
Yeah, what is this? The leech in my army? No.
Mine just have one chained up and abused. But it's like I haven't got a Gaunt Summoner, but so I made a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot, but then it turns out I gave him a 40mm base rather than a 32, which he should be on. So I'm looking at him, and it's actually her, and because she's got half a snake body, I was thinking of and she looks a bit different. I might just say that she's my converted Gaunt Summoner because she's on the same base, so I don't have to change the base over because it's all nicely painted, and I don't actually need to have the Gaunt Summoner model, and it all fits nicely into my army. So I'm generally considering doing that. And turns out, fun fact, most of the conversions I make for my Sinesh Army Games Workshop then retcons those models, so they don't exist. But it's okay. You're just going to mix and match the war scrolls. But anyway, so enough about me. You got the hovering disc of each, right? Add to the save rolls for attacks made with many weapons that target this model unless the attacking unit is a monster or can fly.
So this is what gives him the 4-up save, unless obviously he's getting attacked by a monster or a unit that can fly.
Yeah, and what I would say about that is, firstly, when I read it, I go, oh, okay, so it's pretty much always going to have a 2+ save, and then it's like, sorry, not a 2+ save, but add 2 is save, making it a 4+. But actually, there's quite a few monsters. Quite a few of the damaging units in this game either fly or they are a monster.
And also, you have to take into account he is melee weapon, so he still has a 6-up save if he is getting shot.
Yes, that's a great point, yeah. Which means he can be shot off the board.
Yeah.
Really quickly.
And then we go on to, like, his Warp Town Blade has an ability. So this is the attack that was 1 attack, 3's to hit, 4's to wound. No range 1 damage. But if the unmodified wound roll for an attack made with a Warp Blade is a 6, that attack inflicts 6 mortal wounds on the target, and the attack sequence ends.
Inflicts D6 mortal wounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that it is really good, but I don't want this guy in combat. Like, I don't even know if I want him to tag onto the end of an enemy unit, maybe, but
Nah.
yeah.
Nah.
A last resort, right?
Yeah. If he's going to
6.
die, he's going to try and go down swinging.
Exactly. I think it used to be on a 6. It wiped out the enemy model.
Yeah, I'm sure it was pretty much like a 1 kill.
Yeah.
Kind of deal.
But, you know, and they might go, oh, well, it's not that anymore. Well, if you were sending this guy up against Stonehorns and stuff anyway, then he's probably never going to get the chance to get that fucking Warp Tongue blade off anyway. So D6 Mortals is obviously better against multi-model units. Okay, and then magic. So this model is a wizard. He can attempt to cast 2 spells in your hero phase and attempt to unbind 2 spells in the enemy hero phase. It knows the Arcane Bolt, Mystic Shield, and Infernal Flame spells. So, Infernal Flames has a casting value of 7. If successfully cast, pick one enemy unit within 12 inches of the caster and is visible to them. Roll 1 dice for each model in that unit. For each 5, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. If that unit is a monster or a war machine, roll 3 dice for each model instead. Right, okay, so this is basically like I was saying when I talked about the Chaos Sorcerer Ornamentical, where there are spells like that Chaos Winds of Chaos spell, but they're just simply not as good like this one.
Yeah, I used to think that this one was a lot better than this.
I think this one used to
and
be...
And they've gone backwards with this one, but then gone forward with the Winds of Chaos.
Yeah, like this one used to be... It was either this guy or the Gaunt Summoner on foot, but I think it was this guy where the spell was on a roll think for each model and then on a 4-up to mortal wound. So that instantly wiped out half a unit. Like,
yeah, because I think I remember there was a play where people would have this guy putting on a Balwin Vortex to make it a longer range.
And then fighting against many of those.
Kill off the horde.
Yeah. And do you know what my answer to that, Jamie, was?
You gotta shoot them, don't you?
Well, I didn't have any shooting, so my answer was never take a horde army. And then, like, when they used it against me, this was like 5th game 5 Warhammer Grand Tournament Heat, and if I won this game, I managed to go through to the, because I had won like 2 games, and this was going to be decided if I managed to qualify for the final. And like, obviously this guy had been doing this spell the whole time, right? This is his like trick to wipe out hordes. So he looks at my army. And it's like, what's your biggest unit size? I'm like, I've got a unit of 6. There's 6 players. They do like 2 more wounds, and I think I saved it with a death save. It's like, you got anything else? But it's it's still alright though. You know, if you target a big block of like grots or something, you know, and Gloomspite gets like 60 of them, there's still like, you know, 20 of them statistically will die. But like, it's just, you know, after you read the Winds of Chaos spell, it's not as good. So
I think my main thing I like is he can cast 2 spells.
Yeah, he can cast 2 spells. He sets up a unit for free.
And he's fast.
and he's really fast.
But for 260 points, it's I'm in an R in, isn't it?
So this is something me and Jamie have already mentioned, I think probably throughout all the videos, and this is an army where you go, I need that hero, I want that hero, I want that, and then before you know it, your hero pool is generally maxed out in this army. You generally take 6 leaders, to be honest, maybe 5, and by the time you've done that, you're at like about 1,000 points or like 800 points. So you really struggle with points in this army because, like we said before, there's just so much choice. And obviously that's not a bad thing, but it means you just got to think a bit more. And when I'm like 260 right for this guy, when we say 260, I don't have space. Like if it comes like, do you have this guy in your army or do you have the Chaos Sorcerer Lord or Manticore? Chaos Sorcerer Lord or Manticore. Like I know that he can cast 2 spells. But I'm also auto-including Be'lakor, who we'll get to in a moment in my army. He's an auto-include, right? I love the model. I've got him painted, but also he's great in the game. And he can cast 2 spells, and I'm buying 2 spells. So he can do what this guy can do. Yes, he can't summon a unit on and blah, 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 blah. But he's a hell of a lot more survivable. So, because I'm taking Be'lakor, who's similar in points, I don't have space for another 2-cast wizard, unless maybe if I was going Cabalist and I was really pushing my spells. I haven't played that yet, but maybe that's something I would do if I was doing that.
Yeah, and the only other things he does not have, because he is an ever-chosen Gaunt Summoner, he does not have the Eye of the Gods, because he has gone as far as he can.
Yeah, I'm like the lore for these guys is pretty cool. I like it how they are bound to Archaon and stuff.
Yeah, there's 8 of them, isn't there?
Is it 9, right?
Yeah. 9-point star?
Oh, wait, but I'm going by Zeech's favourite numbers, 9.
Could be 9. But they are demon as well. They do have Chaos Demon Mortal, so they can still get buffed.
Yeah.
Save the Darkness, Ever Chosen, Zeech, Hero, Wizard, Gaunt Summoner.
Exactly. And bear in mind, this guy has got, like I say, a 6-up save. He's re-rolling ones because he's marked as each.
Yeah.
So he's re-rolling ones because he has got the Zeech, yeah. And obviously, like if he's got that 4-up save in combat, unless he's fighting against, fly or monster, 4-up save rolling ones. It's it doesn't mean that he's now incredibly survivable because he's not, but he's a little bit more survivable than he was. So that is the Gaunt Summoner of Zeech on the disc. Can you take the Gaunt Summoner of Zeech without the disc, this army? You can't.
Yeah, I have a feeling he is a lesser kind of one. I think the ones on disc are like Archaon's, obviously, Circle.
That's how I remember it. Obviously, if we're wrong, please let us know in the comments. Okay, so then we've got, moving away from Wizards just for a moment, we have then got the Demon Prince. And bear in mind, if you guys have already been watching our series, you'll realise how much me and Jamie has talked about a Demon Prince without even reviewing one yet. So you'll understand that we both like the Slaves of Darkness Demon Prince a lot, and I want to say he's 210 points, but I am just going to double check just to make sure I have got it right. Yeah, 210 points. Absolute steal for 210 points. We'll share this one, shall we? We'll share because we both like it. I'll read a little bit of lore, shall I? So this guy, or just this being in total, the idea of Demon Prince shouldn't need any explanation. But those champions who consistently please their patron god may eventually be granted immortality as a Demon Prince. Each of these black-hearted monsters is a living icon of their master's power and a terrifying foe to face on the battlefield. So in my long part 2 Slaves of Darkness lore video, I talked in depth about the path to glory and the eye of the gods, where basically every single servant of chaos, known if they're a servant or not, they stride to become a demon prince. It's not just a demon prince is just a Slaves Darkness hero. No, this is like the pinnacle. Only Archaon is aiming for something better. So these guys are very significant.
Yeah,
Like they
these
can be
are
hundreds of years old.
absolute killing machines.
Yeah. So a description: a Slaves of Darkness demon prince is a single model armed with one of the following weapon options: demonic axe and malefic talent, or hellforged sword and malefic talents. So it's got a move characteristic of 12, a 3+ save, bravery 10, 8 wounds. A 3+ save, lovely.
Oh yeah, brilliant. And then movement 12
Really helps.
really helps, and he can fly,
Yeah, you can.
which makes him a very quick unit across the board.
It's giving off the aura as well, so you can get around doing that.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed there, he cannot have the undivided aura.
Yeah, so Marcus can give it Khorne's each, Nurgle or Slanesh. Do you remember when we read the Eye of the Gods? And if you become a demon prince, you then have to pick the Khorne's each, Nurgle or Slanesh. If you were already undivided. Do you remember that?
Yeah, because it seems like there's only 2 undivided Patreons, and that's Be'lakor and Archaon himself.
Yeah, which I don't really understand, because if they're going on the lore prospect of like, well, you have to dedicate yourself to one of the gods to be able to get the power of a of demonhood, and to be honest, I'm not the most knowledgeable person on Bellacor's lore. Sure, I know a bit about it and everything. I know, and I really like the character and stuff. But unless there's like, I don't know if there's a specific reason how he became an undivided demon prince. But as far as I'm aware, I don't understand how he can be undivided and a demon prince, but no one else can. So
I think he was actually one of the first ever chosen.
Yeah, he was, but I'm saying he then surely had to dedicate himself to a god to get the demonhood from that god. Like, I don't know, I don't want to go into that conversation now, but it's not something I came across when I did like my lore video for Be'lakor. But anyway,
it's not. We both agree that undivided does seem to be the
oh
weakest.
yeah, I don't want to make it undivided. I'm just saying, like, I just curiosity killed the cat, right? So okay.
Let's start with the weapons then.
Yes, I'll let you read through the. It's your favourite one first. It's got the word axe in it.
Yeah, and if you're a Khorne player like myself, you might be a little bit disappointed on the quality of the axe that you get in this kit.
Basically,
But
what James trying to
as
say
a Khorne
is
player, you should have a lot of better axes.
Standardly, it's generally quite a big axe, you know, but apparently it's not big enough for some people.
Not big enough. So the demonic axe, 1-inch range, 3 attacks, freeze to hit, freeze to wound, -2 rend, 2 damage. That straight up is quality for me. And then you picked the Hellforged sword,
Yes.
which is 2-inch range. So you got better range for some reason for a sword. But 4 attacks, hitting on 4s, wounding on 3s, rend 1, D3 damage. And then both of them have malefic talons or 1-inch range, 3 attacks, freeze to hit, freeze to wound, no rend but 2 damage. So all these stuff does more than 1 damage, which is nice.
Yeah. What I would say with these, like, you know, you said like you went with the axe and I went with the Hellforge sword. What I would say is a lot of it depends on your what god you want to dedicate to, right? Because you're with Khorne. So the demonic axe works really well because I'm always going to presume that you're in range of your general's extra Khorne aura of chaos ability, or this guy is the general, so he will always get it. And in that case, 3 attacks, hit on 3s, rerolling 1s, wounded on 2s, -2 rend, 2 damage. So if you go with Khorne, you'll practically get in most of you'll be unlucky if you don't get 2 of your attacks through to make the enemies do save rolls, right? On hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, wounding on 2s.
Yeah.
So that's good for Khorne, yeah? And for example, in a list that I'll be running hopefully next week on Tabletop Simulator, in a Khorne Slaves of Darkness army, I've got a Demon Prince in it, and that's why I went for Khorne. Because you're hitting on 3s already. Why not just make yourself even more reliable? Now, why have I gone for the Hellforged sword with Sinesh? So what I would say is that how I've modelled it, the sword is more like a spear, and so the 2-inch range kind of makes more sense. But the other reason on a rule perspective why I did it was because I got 4 attacks. I'm making an extra attack. That means I've just got that one more chance of generating another 6 to hit with to generate a additional wound.
Yeah,
So that's
which is another good thing.
Yeah.
But then, as well on the weapons, there is 2 abilities here that the Demon Prince have that affect the weapons. So this might affect your weapon choice. So if you're thinking, oh, the Hellforged sword hits on a 4, not that great. Bounding Charge, an ability what the Demon Prince has, add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by this model if it charged in the same turn. So then that 4 goes to a 3, and then you're hitting as the same as the axe. Obviously, if the axe charges, then you're hitting on a 2.
Yep.
So that's also why I like it in Khorne.
Because you're on that 1. So you're literally only failing on a wound roll of a 1, like before you get a re-roll for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. And bear in mind you're moving 12. There's a good chance you'll be the person who's charging. Yeah, so I really like that. That's a nice bit. This guy's pretty good without even having that. And yeah, like I said, the overall attack stuff are good. And like the Malefic Talons, it's a great after attack, right? If you fluff up your axe rolls or your sword rolls, you have something to back it up. Not as good, but 2 damage is nice.
Yeah, but against 1 wound models with low saves, or any kind of model with low saves, if he's fighting this, 2 damage is going to hurt him.
It's going to hurt a lot.
But you've got an extra ability on your Hellforged sword there, if you want to go through that.
Yeah, so Hellforged sword. So the unmodified hit roll for an attack made where Hellforged sword is a 6, that attack inflicts 2 mortal wounds on the target and the attack sequence ends. Do not make a wound or save roll. So that's great, right? It's just more chance of mortal wounds. So what I look at it and go like, well, if I'm going against a lot of elite stuff, the Demonic Axe does have that nice -2 rend. You've got chances to do mortal wounds here. So you have got that. And it does also mean, like, it could be a reason for if you were to go Khorne and you go like, I do want to give it the sword more than the axe, or just, I don't know, I prefer the weapon or something. You're not missing out either, because you're re-rolling those hit rolls of 1s, aren't you? So you've just got that more chance of getting that 6 to hit. And what I would also say is, as far as I'm aware, it's not in a Sinesh army. It wouldn't be the Hellforged sword if you get the 6. It's not like, oh, I'm generating another wound roll, aren't I, on a 6? So then that's 4 mortal wounds. No, you would do the 2 mortal wounds from that 6 you rolled, but that 6 would have generated an additional wound roll for you to make. That's how it is. You're not doing 4 more wounds on 1/6.
Yeah, and I think that was also your thinking for your Sinesh army. Your Sinesh Demon Prince. Well, if you get those 2 mortal wounds off, you're not missing out on the attack because it explodes, and then your opponent, if you wound, still has to make a -1 rend.
Yeah, it's not like
actual D3 damage.
Yeah, it's not like you get the 6. Whoa, 2 more wounds. Oh, then I missed up my extra. No, you get that as well. The only thing I don't like about the Hellforged sword, D3 damage. Much rather have 2 damage, but it can go either way, can't it? It can sometimes be that 3 damage when you need it to. So it makes it more fun, I suppose. But just to top it all off, a fantastic ability for this guy is Immortal Champion. So those favoured enough to ascend to demonhood are among the most deadly servants of the ruinous powers. This model fights at the start of the combat phase. This model cannot fight again in that phase unless an ability or spell allows it to fight more than once. Okay, so it means that this is one of your contributions towards the activation wars, as it's called. Making sure you can fight first.
And it's a good model to be fighting first with.
Yes. And it's also a model where its saves are good anyway, but you can charge 2 things in, right? Let's say you charge in, like for example, in this list I want to try out, this Khorne one. My plan is I've got the Demon Prince running around with a unit of 5 Chaos Knights, right? So that means that I can charge the Demon Prince in and the Chaos Knights and attack with the Chaos Knights as my first elected unit, because being my turn, the Demon Prince has to fight at the start, and then I get to pick something else before the enemy fights.
Which is, like I say, in these activation wars that are out there at the moment, this does kind of help keep this guy alive.
Oh, massively, because the fact that this guy has got that 3-up save and 8 wounds is already quite hard to kill. Chuck this on as well, where if you want to kill him in combat, you're going to have to be able to not be able to be killed by him first. Then it really comes down to shooting is the way to get rid of this guy, or like just something from range, so mortal wounds from spells. So yeah, he's really good. I like him a lot, and he's something you can charge in and not worry too much. I charge him in, he'll attack first anyway, and he's got good chance of doing a nice amount of damage. But
That's
then
the thing, even though he's not a monster, he will get look out, sir.
Oh yeah, he'll get a look. Yeah, remember that 100%. Like, always make sure when you're moving around this guy, like for example, when I'm moving around the 5 knights I want to try out, he will always be within 1 inch of that unit of 5 knights. Because now he's getting that. And obviously if you're Nurgle as well, it's only going to help more, isn't it? But so we have got the command abilities now, and there are actually 4 to go through. So I really like the Bloodslick Ground, which is the core one, and then we have a Azeech one, then a Nurgle one, then a Sinesh one. But as Khorne is your army, Jamie, why don't you take us through the Khorne one?
Yeah, I've managed to use this a few times. So Bloodslick Ground, you can use this command ability in your hero phase if this model has the Khorne keyword. If you do so until your next hero phase, run and charge rolls made for enemy units within 18 inches of this model are halved. You cannot use this command ability more than once per turn. The range, 18 inches, is quite nice. It's a good command ability that if you put yourself in a position and your opponent wants to try and counter charge you, this can just help nerf their counter charge. Like, they're going to have to be really careful with their movements, as it's going to be halved if they're within 18 inches of this guy. And if they're going to charge, they're going to have to be within 18 inches of him. Yeah. And have that halved. You know, we've been to a tournament where one of our charge rolls was made to be a 1. And that can, you know, we saw how devastating that is. To have your whole, you know, if you need a 10-inch charge and you roll a 12, you're not making it.
Yeah. And what spell you having to cast to be able to do this? Blah blah blah. No. I just spent a command point. It's great. I'm just gonna say it straight up. We'll read through the rest, but this is by far my favourite command ability for the Demon Prince, because it's just so impactful. Where some of the other ones are like they help one of your units, or they improve this Demon Prince, or that, you know, like these minor things. This is just massively affecting the whole, like, well, I don't say the whole board, but a huge 18-inch bubble, not wholly within, but just an 18-inch bubble around him, which is great. And that's why it's quite good to have this guy kind of in the centre of the board as well.
Yeah, positioning is key.
Yeah.
When you use this ability.
And this army has a very good job of having board control. You know, like, you can do things in this army like charge Alpha Strike and charge a block of 40 Marauders straight into the enemy turn 1. So you're already holding them up for their turn 1 or their turn 2 as well. And then suddenly you've got this as well. What, like, and then you've got loads of spells that can make the enemy half their movement, or they can't. And you've got Better Quarter, which we'll get onto in a moment, who can stop the enemy doing things as well. And it's just so much control of the enemy's army.
It definitely helps you survive. Probably helps you survive a turn where, you know, you got maybe something like Moser Guard coming in for the charge.
Exactly.
And if you're half in their charge, and they like miss out, and then it's your turn to then charge them, you know, units like that are severely diminished if they don't get the charge bonus.
That's it. And the other thing with that is your unit that hugely gets diminished if you don't get the charge bonus, i.e. Chaos Knights. And if you built your list, you go, I haven't got the points to be able to put in a unit to screen the Chaos Knights, let's say, in case they don't get the charge for the Lancers. And it's like, well, I've already got a Demon Prince in my list, and he's already Khorne, for example. The Bloodslick Ground is just going to help my Knights get their charges off, because the enemy won't, well, like, they won't get as many. Yeah, so I really like that, because, yeah, it's halves, isn't it? So what that means is, you know, like, basically it goes down to, I think your probably average charge is like a 4 on that, because on a 2d6 your average is a 7, so giving you the best part of the average, halving that is a 4, maybe a 3.
But it just means that if your opponent actually is 7 inches away, they can't actually pass it.
Exactly.
Because even if they roll a 12, it's half, it's 6.
Yep. Unless their Hornblug isn't +1, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's really good, and it's an ability where I think, I don't know, you tell your opponent, oh, so you go through your list and you go, I've got a Khorne Demon Prince, blah 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 blah. They probably aren't going to instantly think that, oh yeah, that guy's going to make me half charge and run rolls. I'm not saying to trick the enemy or anything, but like, it's something the enemy will overlook. So yeah, I'm a massive fan of that, even to the point where I'd include a Demon Prince into a Beast of Chaos army, for example, a Khorne one, because then that means that it's not a sense of, oh, I've got a Demon Prince in my Beast of Chaos army, what synergy is he giving? Well, he's doing this and it's helping your army out. So like, it's generally a really good ability. And my favourite one, but like I said, we will go through the rest. So
Yeah, the Zeech ones, the next one, Zeech, ain't too bad.
yeah, so Arcane Influence, right? You can use this command ability at the start of your hero phase if this model has the Zeech keyword. If you do so, pick one friendly Slaves of Darkness Wizard wholly within 12 inches of this model, add one to the casting roll for that unit until the end of that phase. Right, so when we're talking, a lot of casting values in this army are 7. How are you going to get pluses to it? Go Cabalist, but how are you going to just try and enhance your pluses to the cast? Because Cabalist is good, right? But you're not going to always want to run it. And also, the pluses to the cast aren't that reliable. You can take a Zeech Demon Prince to give you those add ones to casting rolls. But so that's good.
It's alright.
Well, it's making your 7 casting a 6 casting basically in this army, isn't it? But the problem is, if it just said this guy becomes a wizard and he can use Arcane Bolt and Mystic Shield and pick one of the spells from the spell, like, then it would be great. Then it would be, like, hit the nail on the head, right? For each Demon Prince if he became a wizard, because he used to become a wizard.
Yeah, but I think when he was a wizard, he only knew Arcane Bolt and Mystic Shield.
Yeah, there was no like.
It's a bit naff.
There's no like, unless he went into his each book, there was no spell lore for him to choose from, right?
But it's still not bad. Like I say, you can give it to your sorcerer if you really want to get that 7 off.
Yeah.
The key, the aura, will give him a reroll 1s to save, so he's a 3-up reroll 1s. So that's not too bad. But obviously, if the rest of your army is not Zeech, then it may be, it also depends on your army list and how you want to play.
I mean, don't get me wrong, if you want to go like, your strategy is right, turn 1, I'm teleporting a block of 40 Marauders into the enemy, right? And I want to get that off as reliable as you can. Go Cabalist, you'll probably more than likely get a +1 to your casting through the sacrifice. You can maybe get +3, so let's say at most you can get +3, and then +1 from here. So that could be a potential +4 if you're lucky, to guarantee getting that spell off on a 3 at that point to teleport your Marauders in. But like, how much work? Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's not just how much work you put into that. How much are you sacrificing by doing that? And the other thing, I feel like, unless you're running this guy up with a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Manticore, for example, or I was going to say Be'lakor, but he's not Zeech, so he can't do it. But yes, a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Manticore. This guy, I feel like he's just going to be like anchored down to buff one wizard at the back. So yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I think if you really want to get all the pluses of the cast as you can, Obviously, you can go for this, but I feel like they missed the trick by not making them wizard. So what we'll do, I'll let you go through Bloated Blessings, as I know that is one that people talk about, and we'll talk about why we're not massive fans of it, and then I'll do the Revel in Agony after.
So this is the Nurgle one.
Mm-hmm.
Bloated Blessing. You can use this command bit at the start of your hero phase if this model has the Nurgle keyword. If you do so, pick one friendly Slaves of Darkness Nurgle unit, hold it within 12 inches of this model. During next hero phase, if the unmodified hit roll for an attack that targets that unit is a 6, the attacking unit suffers D3 mortal wounds after all of its attacks have been resolved. So what was the problem?
Pardon?
What was the problem when when people first read this?
Because when you read this, it could be two ways, right? It could be, okay, that's all right. You know, it's do some more wins back to the enemy, maybe. You know, D3 could be good, or you could read it in a way that it means it's massively broken and clearly not how it's intended. And everyone, well, okay, I won't say everyone, but a lot of people and a lot of gamey people took it as that's how it worked, as it's broken as hell. And then when they FAQ'd it, so then it's only 1d3 mortal wounds you can do to the enemy at maximum, everyone was like, oh, the Demon Prince is shit, I'm not going to take it, Slaves of Darkness is crap, Nurgle was good, now they've ruined it. It's like, no. This was broken as all fuck. You charged me with 5 Chaos Knights and Nagash killed himself with his attacks.
Yeah, like we actually...
And here's a 4-up
play
save
tested.
Wars, right?
We play tested this, didn't we?
Yeah.
And featuring Nagash doesn't have, he has quite a few attacks, but
he doesn't
it's
have the
not
most
like
amount. It's not like a block or horde or something, is it?
no. But yeah, he's still near enough pretty much killed himself.
I think he did. I think you charged in. You did about 5 damage or something on the charge of the Chaos Knights, and then he finished himself off. And he's got a 4-up save against mortals.
And it just shows how broken it was. Now, it's still alright. It maybe means, one of your opponent's models may guarantee to die.
Yeah, I'd say now it's like if you're running a Nurgle army, because again Nurgle is arguably the strongest mark you can go for. This army. I have different opinions on that, but I can see why it's easily read as the strongest one to go for. And you want to have a Demon Prince in the army, I can easily see why, where you've got one, you can do this. But what I will say is that these are all costing you command points, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to spend a command point in that, so that's fine. I just feel like...
the only time I think you'd kind of do it is if someone can possibly kill your Demon Prince who has, 2 or 3 wounds, or even 1 wound left, and you want that chance to make sure he kind of goes down with you.
Yeah. Remember, it doesn't have to be a demon. It doesn't have to be himself, right?
No, it does have to be a Slaves of Darkness Nurgle unit.
Yeah. I just feel like the problem they did with this is that they made it either, like I said, alright, but you're not really going to spend a command point on it, or ridiculously broken. So because they did it like that, they missed out the spot of just putting it in the middle.
Yeah, I kind of feel like with how Nurgle play, it should just be you pick a Nurgle unit and you give them a 6-up fill no paint. That's like the Nurgle kind of thing I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean or even just pick a Nurgle unit and he'll D3 wounds. Like, that's fine. Right, okay, and then you got Revel in Agony, which is obviously like my bags, my Sinesh stuff. So you can use this command ability at the start of the combat phase if this model has the Sinesh keyword. If you do so, until your next hero phase, if any models from a friendly Slaves of Darkness Sinesh unit wholly within 12 inches of this model are slain by an attack made with a melee weapon by an enemy unit, add 1 to the hit rolls add 1 to the hit rolls for attacks made by that friendly unit that target that enemy unit until your next hero phase. You cannot use this command ability more than once per turn. I think that this command ability is just really long-winded, really long-worded, personally.
And you kind of need...
I'm not a huge fan of it.
Different things to happen.
Yeah, there's certain events. Right, okay, so You pick one. I like it that, like, okay, one of my models is dying. Let's say, wait, for any slow startness unit. Okay, no, so you need a whole unit to die. Right, so already situational, right? Not saying that's beyond reason. You get multiple units can be wiped out in a turn, okay? And you can pick which, you don't have to pick one. So I can
It's
see.
any models.
Pardon?
It's if any models from a friendly Slave Darkness unit hold within 12
Okay,
inches
yeah.
of this model are slain.
Yeah, that's fine. So I did read it right first time. I basically just I glanced at it and looked at Slaves Darkness Slanesh unit. So yeah, model. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so you need a model to die. Obviously, that's a lot better than I quickly thought there about it being a unit. But then it dies, and then that means that your units are then better at fighting the unit that killed that model from your unit, right? Which is, unless that's the huge enemy sledgehammer, which it could be, and then you really want to bog it down and kill it, that's good, right? But it's just too situational, personally, I find.
Yeah, I must say, I agree with you there.
It's too situational because I'm doing this at the start of my combat phase as well, aren't I? So, like,
At least at the start of the combat phase, you know what what fights are going on.
yes, but
And I suppose what you could do with this command ability is maybe kind of play mind games with your opponent in making it sound better than what it is. Because then he might choose to fight whatever you put this on. Or when you put this command ability, then he might want to fight somewhere else first.
yeah, I get that. But this is so. This, to be honest, once I play it a few times, I might like it a bit more. But it's not as easy to use as the other ones, is it? This is, you have to have your positioning your units really done really well. And I don't mean your positioning units for making sure this guy. The most important thing is making sure there's always within one of your models that within 12 inches is a good chance of him dying. There's that, but there's also the fact that all your other heavy hitters that ideally are not part of that unit that took that casualty can attack that enemy unit in that combat phase as well to benefit from the +1 to just you see where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's I think it could be good with practice, but off the bat, and obviously, like I say, like when we can actually game and stuff again, and I'll be running Slanesh, I will be trying this out. But there's a lot of other things I want to spend my command points in this army, and I think it's not as straightforward or as easy to use as the Bloodstick Ground, and that's why it's my favourite. And Bloodstick, I'd much rather have an ability that debuffs the enemy than buffs myself. And this is how many times I have to say it in Age of Sigmar. It's that Age of Sigmar is not a game of fighting; it's a game of movement, and that's why the Bloodstick Ground's really good. And what I will say as well is, like, out of all of the gods, it's Khorne which is the one that's not about combat and about debuffing the enemy's movement. Like
yeah, with a part of it, you kind of think
Bloodstick Ground. I'm sure Nurgle can't come up with something else that's slippy, or I'm sure Slanesh can't come up with something that's quite slippy as well. So Zeech can, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of Zeech, but yeah, it's a good command ability. It's the best one. So Khorne Demon Prince is the best one to go for its command ability, but like I say, you want to be spending your command points on quite a lot of other stuff, even if it's just re-rolling charges in this army, if it's using other command abilities from War Scrolls. But also, for example, if you're going Ravagers, you're just splashing command points on making sure you bring in your 10 Marauders every turn. So I'm not always looking at these command abilities for the Demon Prince, apart from the Bloodstick Ground, which I think is can be game changing, if I'm honest. So then you've got keywords: Chaos, Demon, Slaves to Darkness, Hero, Mark of Chaos, and Demon Prince. If you go, let's just talk quickly. If you're going to spoilers, obviously an auto include. I thought it'd be quite funny to try and run 6 in a list or something, or 5 in a list in Bellicor, because they're always attacking first. Could be a good sledgehammer. Even if you're not going to spoilers, can sometimes also be an auto include. But if you're going things like Ravagers and some of the other sub allegiances, it's not necessary.
No, but he does. Even though like some of the commander beasts are naff, obviously you have got command traits, or some of the other stuff have their own command abilities in a way.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
all, as a overall assessment of Demon Prince, he's a good all-round strong hero to play in your army. So, survivable, puts damage out, has a good base size for the aura.
Yeah, and if you take him to spoilers and he is your general, even more survivable, obviously, when we reviewed that. But 18-inch aura, it's great.
Yeah, definitely. Like I think he's been much a mainstay in most of our army selections.
Yeah, and it's like I could definitely see myself having more than one Demon Prince. I know you do as well. And the Demon Prince, like, why me and you like him, just for the reasons we stated, he's very good in the game, but also because he's got awesome lore, right? So, Demon Princes are so cool in the narrative, and then they're really good on the tabletop as well. It's just like a really nice match, and it's really good without being broken. Like it's
Which some people might say about our next character, or the first or
yes,
two characters.
So this, well, we say the Demon Prince, it's almost an auto-include, but not always. Don't always feel like you need to take him. The next one certainly is. So we're going to have Be'lakor, which, if you don't know how to spell his name and you want to text it to anyone, just going, I'm thinking about taking Be'lakor, you're going, oh, you're not going to take Be'lakor again, and you're not too sure how it's spelled, just simply put bastard instead of Be'lakor, because that's really what he is. And being someone who's actually owned one and has actually used him quite a few times on Tabletop Simulator against people in my Discord who now hate me, he's a bastard. He's an actual fucker, isn't he? Isn't he, Jamie? And you've used him in real life against me, haven't you?
I used him first, and what was Nagash doing? Oh yeah, Nagash done nothing. He scooted over a little bit, and that was it.
Yeah. So, okay, we'll get to this, right? We'll get to how all this works. But essentially, what Be'lakor made Nagash do. Bear in mind, Nagash was casting 8 spells that turn. The only thing Nagash managed to do that turn was move 2 inches. That was it. Is he 240? Yeah, he's 240 points. Cool. So let us go into his lore first, shall we? If you want more lore on Be'lakor, I've done a whole lore video for him, so you can go check that out if you would like to. So Be'lakor is unique amongst his ascended kin. The only Demon Prince ever to be blessed by all 4 of the brothers in darkness, a creature of shadow and deception. Those caught in his manipulations do not realise their doom until it is too late. So, description. Be'lakor is a named character that is a single model. He is armed with the Blades of Sorrow. So, this unit can fly. Shadows. Sorry, I've been reading too much about like Marathi and stuff, and it's all Shadows and Sorrows. It's all gone into one. So, he can also fly as well. His will stats is a 12-inch movement, 4+ save, bravery 10, and 8 wounds. His melee weapons is just the one, which is the Blade of Shadows / Sorrows. I think we'll get it confirmed to see if they need to FAQ to see if the name has changed. We've got a 1-inch range, 6 attacks, freeze and freeze, -1 rend, and 2 damage. I don't want to lie, first time I read this, I thought it was 4 attacks, and I recently read it again and it was 6, and I was like, ooh, this is better than I thought.
It's very nice. So the only thing different from straight up at the moment from the Demon Prince, he's got a 4-up save.
Yep, but he is more survivable than you think, which we'll get to.
Oh yes.
And attacks, like basically, I include this guy in my army because he's got a great debuff ability, and then he is also a 2-cast wizard. I haven't and I know I've just used him on Tabletop Simulator, but he hasn't engaged in combat yet, and he's been worth his points every time. So the fact that he's actually alright in combat as well, it's great. You can tag him to the end of an enemy unit.
Mon's been in combat. Mon's been in combat a few times.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. No, I know he has. He's been pretty good, to be honest, because he's a bastard. So going on to his abilities, of which he has loads. Do you want to read this one? Because I know you're going to say it with delight, and you're going to go you've used the Dark Master ability on me. When I say so many times, Probably about 2 or 3 times, but I remember every one of those, Jamie, and it hurt. It hurt a lot.
Oh yes, this is the reason why your opponents are going to hate you.
This is basically Bellacore going. This is basically your going. Now I'm going to play my game, and maybe if you're lucky, you can play your game sometime. So yeah, I'll let you read it.
So, the Dark Master. After setup is complete, but before the first battle round begins, secretly pick one of your opponent's enemy units on the battlefield. Once per battle, at the start of the enemy hero phase, you can reveal which unit you picked. Until your next hero phase, your opponent must roll dice each time that unit attempts to cast a spell, move, charge, or attack with any weapons it is armed with. On a 1 to 4, that unit cannot do so. On a 5, that unit can do so as normal. How do you feel? How do you feel about that with Nagash?
I mean, I really took it personally. If I had a doll with me or there was a camera on so I could show the audience, I would tell you where Bellacore has touched me. It's in very sensitive places, and I don't want to talk about it.
This is where we said all you managed to do was move 2 inches.
Yeah, so I failed casting 8, and I just want to say, by fail casting 8 spells, I failed to roll a 5 8 times, right, in a row, okay?
In a row, yeah.
And then I went to move, and I rolled a 5, and I got to move 2, and I only need to move 2 inches to be 3 inches away from the enemy to make the charge. And then I failed to shoot, right? I failed to get the 5 to shoot, and then I failed the charge. So let's count up, shall we? So the 8 spells, the movement and the shooting and the charge. That's 11 dice I rolled that turn to get 5s. And I only got 1. So I rolled 11 dice in a row and only got 1 5.
And then that kind of sealed Nagash's fate for that game, didn't it?
Oh yeah, and that was also the same game where we tried out the broken as fuck Nurgle thing. Then Nagash killed himself. The only thing Nagash did in that game was move 2 inches and then kill himself. So it was great fun. But yeah, so taking my pettiness to the side and all that joking and stuff, this is great, okay? Because no matter what army you're fighting, the enemy is going to have threats in their army. They may have one big threat, like one big Death Star thing. They may have 2 things, or they may have even 3 things because they know things like Bellacore and the Dark Master ability exist, and they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket for you to just nerf it, and then they can't really do anything. So even if they take 3 threats, right? You're still making one of those threats not do anything, potentially. Which is huge. But and then if they only have, like I said, one thing, like let's say they've got a Lumineth army, right? And I fought against a Lumineth army on Tabletop Simulator, and it was all built kind of around Teclis, and I just made Teclis not be able to cast any spells for a turn. That was huge. Absolutely huge. Again, when you fuse against Nagash, made him useless. If you go against a Flesh-Eater Court army, and they may have spammed a shitload of Terrorgeist, but at least you can make one of them maybe not do anything. Or if you have... there's just loads of examples, isn't there? If you go against another Slaves Darkness army and they've got an Archaon, make them not do anything. If you're going against a unit of 9 Mosaguard, you can pick that to not do it. You can really go on and on and on, right?
Yeah, the only counter is he has to pick it on the battlefield.
Yes.
So if your person sets anything up in Deep Strike, you cannot pick them.
Yeah, so like for example, the last list I fought was a Living City army, and they had 4 concussors, so the Stormcast Draco Riders, and Durfu off board, right? So I couldn't pick them for this ability, and one of those would have obviously been the obvious choice, probably the concussors. So then I had to pick some Iron Drakes he had on the board. But I'd say in most of those cases, yeah, you might not be able to pick the biggest, scariest thing the enemy has in their army, but they're probably going to have one big scary thing on the table. They're not just going to deploy nothing on the table, because then you could just screen to your heart's content and try and stop them deploying anything. You know, like deep striking. So they're still going to have that one threat on the table. Even if it's just a good wizard, he wants to cast some spells to guarantee it. And the best thing about this is that you don't roll a dice to do it. As the person owning Be'lakor, you don't roll a dice. It's not a spell. And even if
No,
Be'lakor dies, it still is in effect. And it may look like, oh, well, you don't do it for one turn. That's where the thing comes in. Let's say you take the priority, your opponent takes the second part of that turn, second part of that battle round, and then your opponent wins the second priority, right? And then they take it, and then you can go, well, because the Dark Masters, I activated that last turn and hasn't been my hero phase yet, it's still in effect. So it can last 2 turns.
Yeah, which could be super annoying for your opponent, depending on what he rolls.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, if your opponent rolls well, then this might have no effect. But figuring it's a 1 to 4,
Or
it's better than a 50-50.
yeah, it's your opponent has only got a third of the chance of actually doing anything, right? So it's good. Like, I'd almost expect this ability to be like, I don't know, on a 1 to 2 they can't do anything, right? But the fact that it's a 1 to 4 is huge. So that's what makes Be'lakor an auto include, and then he can do some other stuff as well. But that is his reason, and that's also why he makes a great ally in like Beast of Chaos and stuff as well. It's because he can do that, and it's also what, like I kind of said at the start, what heavily influences list building, because you can't just build your army of one big threat anymore, or maybe 2. Like I used to love running Nagash and like a unit of 6 Morghast Harbingers, but I can't do that because if they nerf Nagash or nerf the Harbingers, my army has no kick and it has no staying power. So it does shape up list building as well, that things like this exist. So the next ability is Lord of Torment. So if an enemy unit fails a battle test while it is within 10 inches of this model, you can heal up to D3 wounds allocated to this model. That's good. Can't guarantee it to go off, but try not to forget about it.
Yeah, extra healing's always nice. Obviously, with the demon, like faction, if you want to say,
Spoilers.
then there's even more healing in there.
Yeah, exactly.
So it makes all the demon princes very. It makes this guy, like you say, survivable.
Yeah, and that's it. Like I said, my first point: just don't basically forget about this, because you might go halfway through the next turn and go, oh shit, your unit failed a battle test, and the opponent's like, yeah, it's like, oh, it's going to heal D3 wounds, and then it's just like that awkward moment where it's like, yeah, I can't heal the D3 wounds now because I forgot about it. So just bear that in mind, because there's not a lot of things that fail battle shock tests these days, but the enemy unit may have, I don't know, Be'lakor might have charged some like a 10-man screen, let's say, as an example, and then he killed 7 models in that 10-man screen, and then the opponent goes, well, I'm not going to waste an Inspiring Presence on them, and then they just and then like your opponent goes, oh, I don't even need to roll dice, they just failed, and they just picks them up, and it's like, okay, well then he's healed the D3. So just something to bear in mind. And then you've got Shadow Form, so he ignores modifiers positive or negative when making save rolls for attacks that target this model. He's ethereal, right? So he's got a 4-up save, unrenderable. So that's
Which is very good.
Yeah, obviously that means he can't benefit from cover or anything as well, but like that's a good trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Be'lakor is a wizard,
Yep.
as we've always said. He can attempt to cast 2 spells in your hero phase. And he knows the Arcane Bolt, Mystic Shield, and Enfeeble Foe spells. And Enfeeble Foe, casting value is 6. He successfully cast, pick one enemy unit within 18 inches of the caster invisible to them. Subtract 1 from wound rock for attacks made with melee weapons by that unit until your next hero phase. Pretty much another version of the little Underworld's wizard. But I think hers was slightly different worded, but the same ability. So obviously if you wanted to stack up minuses to wound, that's one way to do it.
Yeah.
If not, if you don't want to obviously take a -1 to wound, it's still great.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to make mines not, specifically in this army, but there's a lot of ways in this game to make the enemy -1s to hit. And now you can make the -1s to wound. It's only going to affect, melee weapons, but it's...
It makes everything more survivable if whoever's getting attacked by that unit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the range on it is 18 inches.
Yeah, so a good range as well.
Yeah, which is nice because, like we said, a lot of the spells in your army, in this, say, Darkness army, loads of spells are within 12 or wholly within 12. So 18 inches is very welcome. It means he doesn't have to be right in the enemy's face to be able to get this off.
Yeah, and him casting 2 spells means he can always cast this one and the one you give him.
Yes, because, as we mentioned, a lot of the spells you're getting on your War Scrolls in this army are good spells. Like, for example, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on, Manticore Author. I'm looking at their spells, and I'm like, I want to take this guy so he can get that spell off. And it's like, but there are also good spells in the lore to take, like teleporting or making the enemy not be able to fight until the end of the combat phase, and not making the enemy be able to move properly. And it's like, oh yeah, I want to get those off too. But he can only cast one, and you want to do the one on War Scroll. And it's like, yeah, shit. So that is why you need a 2-cast wizard, like you say. And Better Core, I would take over the Gaunt Summoner. And he's 20 points less. I know the Gaunt Summoner can bring things like a unit of demons on and stuff, but I'd rather have Better Core. If you're looking at it that way, I'd rather have the Dark Master's ability over the Summon. And of course you can have the Gaunt Summoner and Better Core in your army for 2-cast wizards, right? But in that case, you've spent what's that? 500 points on 2 models. Yeah,
In the line.
it's a quarter of your army already. Bear in mind, at that point, you don't even have the Chaos Lord on foot to make something Parliament attack twice. You don't have the other Sorcerer Lord to get those rerolls to hit and wound. You don't have your anti-horde one. This is what I was talking about earlier, of how your heroes can really clock up the points. So, yeah, I really like Better Core. He's a also include. He's an absolute bastard, like I said. But he's a really, really solid choice, because the Dark Masters is worth it in its own right, really.
Oh yeah, we've seen what it does in games, and
it's also because, like, when you have your army list, right, and you've been practicing for a tournament, let's say, you go into that tournament, or at least I do, and you probably do as well, Jamie. You go like, there's a certain way my army plays, right? Of course, it adapts itself to the battle plan, but I have a strategy of how I'm going to play my army, right? If the enemy just suddenly puts Dark Masters on your best unit, now you're going to have to quickly adapt your battle plan and think a lot on your feet and maybe make a mistake.
it does change your idea of thinking, doesn't it?
Yeah, and when you say change your idea of thinking, if that change is happening during your game, you're going to have to think very quickly.
Yeah, you're going to have to adapt very quickly to, right, am I going to get to 5 up for this unit? Do you want to move them forward? Because if you then fail to charge like you did from Nagash, but then he was a sitting duck, wasn't he?
Oh, massively, yeah, he was. And then he got charged for those knights. I mean, like we said, he died. What I'd say, if you're fighting against Better Core, for an example, what I'd do, unless there's a strategic reason of why you wouldn't, the unit that's been affected by Dark Masters, and like I say, it's not the whole game, it's just for that 1 or maybe 2 turns, always roll to see if it can do anything before you move anything else, yeah? So then you know straight away if it can do something or not. Don't leave it until the end, because then you get your answer straight away. Okay, so for his keywords, he's Chaos Demon, Slave to Darkness, Undivided, Hero, Wizard, and Demon Prince, Better Core. So that is Better Core. And then that means that for the last hero, we have truly the most impressive. Would you agree with me on that one, Jamie?
Yeah. Even with all the new models that have come out, I still think Archaon is the best
fucking awesome
model that they have made.
Yeah, There, Archaon, the Ever-Chosen. And really, the little bit of a name he has on his war scroll does not do him enough, because his title just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. He really is great. So, Archaon is the Ever-Chosen, the favoured warlord of the Dark Pantheon. From atop Dorgar, the monstrous steed of the Apocalypse, Archaon commands his legions with an iron fist. His deadly skill and unholy powers seal in the doom of entire armies. So, just like the most interesting thing I think to dive from that little bit of lore is, yes, the big three-headed dragon thing he rides was once a horse. And then he destroyed a world, and then the Chaos Gods turned his horse into that thing. But yeah, absolutely beautiful model. What's the first... Like, my one took me ridiculous, like, 80 hours to paint. And that's not like me saying, like, oh, it's the best painted model, you know, like, it's fantastic. But it was quite early on, I would say, like, within my first couple of years into Warhammer. And I think by painting that model then, it made me learn so many new skills. Because there were so many interesting things to paint. And it's a really great model to work on. So, model side, I just can't recommend it enough. But actually seeing what it's like in the game, I believe he's 800 points. Just double check that. He is 800 points. So obviously, like we say, he's very cool, very good. But 800 points, Jamie, that's a big chunk, isn't it? So let us actually dive into if he is going to be worth it. So description: Archaon is a named character that is a single model. He is armed with the Slayer of Kings. Okay, sorry, it just jogged my memory again, just in case we didn't mention it. Better Call. Better Call, like we said, he's undivided, so he can't take the other marks of chaos. He can't be Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, Slaanesh, just to be clear on that one. But Archaon, he can. He does have all those keywords, but he's a named character, so he can't have an artifact or command trait like Better Call. Just an important thing to say there. So, here's wheel stats. So he starts off by moving 14 inches, which is very nice because he's got a huge base. 3-up save, would expect nothing worse than that. And bravery 10 and 20 wounds. What are you thinking of that so far, Jamie?
Oh, 20 wounds, apart from obviously the Gargants that just came out,
It's good,
was the highest in the game.
Oh, well, there are a few other things, isn't there? There's if you go like Forge World, you've got like that big dragon and the big dinosaur and stuff. But I know what you mean. Like, as a Games Workshop model, I think
with a
highest.
3-up save as well.
Yeah. 3-up save. Obviously, like, people are going to say it, and obviously we'll review a War Shrine later on, but take a War Shrine in your army, make him Nurgle, and then, you know, it can be a 2-up save. Mystic Shield. You can make this guy a 2-up save reroll in 1 if you really want to, but just a 3-up save is good anyway, right?
Oh yeah, 3-up save, and obviously he has abilities.
Yeah.
Coming up the ears.
And you can have a 3-up save, and like even if you didn't want to go Nurgle and stuff, just with, like we said, like a Chaos Sorcerer Lord, get him to reroll save rolls. It's great. So you're the guest, Jamie. I'm gonna let you treat yourself by reading through the melee weapons he has.
Well, the one melee weapon that we all love, the Slayer of Kings. And at last, we've got that extra 1 rend. So, we got 1 inch range, 4 attacks, hitting on 2s, winning on 3s, -2 rend. Still think it should be 3, but it's not -1 anymore. And 3 damage. Even Dolgar, I think, has got better since this book. He has monstrous claws, 1 inch range, 2 attacks, hitting on 2s, wounded on 3s, -2 d6 damage. Lashing Tail is a 3 inch range, 2d6 attacks, 4s to hit, 3s to wound, no rend, 1 damage. And then you got the 3 heads, which starts off at 6 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1 and 2 damage. And I believe both that and the claws have got better for Dolgar.
Yeah, I'm sure they have, and like, I know that's probably like the most noticeable change. But as you have mentioned, Jamie, it's not -1 anymore. The Slayer of Kings, it's -2, like you mentioned. And I know that might not make statistically a huge difference, but my God, does it make a difference? And not just him as a just as him as a being in the game, but I think also the whole community is happy with that. Like even people who don't even play Age of Sigmar, who only play 40k, as soon as they made that rule change, they had a sudden feeling of, I don't know, the sun broke through the clouds, and they said, "It's gonna be a good day." You know, everyone's happy. That's my too.
Yeah,
Because
you don't have a sword called a Slayer of Kings, which literally can one-shot pretty much any character in the game, and it has -1 rend.
yeah, it's just like we'll get onto it. But it's got like a special ability to be able to one-shot things. It's like I've got this sword; it can one-shot things. What happens if you don't get the combination of dice to do that? Then it doesn't do anything. But it's
So
almost
now it
like
does.
I have slayed many kings with this weapon and all these sorts of things, and it's like, cool, that's great. But like, how long have you been doing it for? Thousands of years. You might have needed to sharpen it in between. Like, you know, it's been a very long time since it's been worked on. But anyway, so yeah, attacks are nice. Okay, he can do a lot of He can do a lot of work. Okay, D6 is obviously swingy, isn't it, for the monstrous claws? But his attacks have got better overall. So
Yeah, overall, they got better. And like we said, he has got abilities coming out of these ears.
he really has.
So let's start with the first one.
Yeah.
The Armour of Morcar. So if anyone knows his lore, he went on a massive quest getting a lot of these items to give him these abilities.
Yeah, it's
So
a
Armour,
really great.
oh, it's a great
stuff,
story if
yeah.
you want to find a Arcane book for that. So the Armour of Morcar is one of those ones. Roll a dice each time you allocate a mortal wound to this model. On a 1 to 3, nothing happens. On a 4 or 5, that mortal wound is negated. And on a 6, that mortal wound is negated and the attacking unit suffers 1 mortal wound. So that's better than what I think it used to be, where I think it was just on a 5 up.
Yep.
Or was it a 4 up, I think?
It might. I think it was a 4-up, because I think it was better than your standard Chaos shield in comparison. But
Inflicting mortal wounds is good, isn't it?
yeah, oh, really good. You know, he's ignoring half those more wounds. But what I like, and it's not the most important thing, but I really like out of that, it's like on a 6 you do the mortal wound back to the enemy instead, and I just like it. It's just like, fuck you. You tried to hurt me, you failed. Fuck you. It just does it back. It's great. And then you've got the Crown of the Minion. So add 2 to the bravery characteristics of friendly chaos units wholly within 12 inches of this model. In addition, subtract 2 from the bravery characteristics of enemy units while they are within 12 inches of this model. That's good. It's a nice one. It's just a passive ability, right? And important thing to note here, chaos units, right? And they have to be friendly. So not Slaves of Darkness.
Yeah, so obviously he can just play anywhere.
Yeah, he can just slot into any of those books, right? And then you've got the Eye of Chiron. So reroll hit rolls of 6 for attacks made by enemy units that target this model. Me and you both know this has got better since before the book, because you had to roll a dice, I think it was at the start of the hero phase, and then that's what the enemy had to re-roll if you wanted them to when it came to hits against him, and then they just went like, no. Basically, they just looked at it as whoever owns this RKM model in a game is going to want to make the enemy have to re-roll hit rolls of 6, right? Yes, so we'll just make that what it always is. So
Yeah, totally.
and it stops so many special abilities
well,
happening on 6s as
Yeah,
well.
it makes your opponent reroll all those special abilities and just means less is coming to Archaon.
Yes.
And then you got the Ever Chosen ability.
Yep.
Each time this model is affected by a spell or endless spell, you can roll dice. If you do so on a 4+, ignore the effects of the spell or endless spell.
Really like this. Until you come across against an enemy army that does its damage through spells, or does its debuffing through spells, you won't appreciate how good this is.
But this is just like an extra bonus against spells, isn't it?
Yeah,
'Cause
bear in mind you've already got that 4 up against mortal wounds.
Yeah, so you roll a 4 up to see if you ignore it. If you don't ignore it, you've got another 4 up on each mortal wound that you suffer.
Yeah, and bear in mind this guy will try to, if he's in range, will try and unbind that spell first.
Mm.
You know, so he's got like, so if it's like a spell that's going to do more wounds to him, basically he's got 3 ways to negate it. If it's a spell that's going to debuff him, he's got, you know, like 2 ways to negate it. And it's great because it could be like one of those spells that makes Archaon have to fight last, or it could be a spell that halves his movement, and because its base is so big, it'd be hard for him to move around. So, no, I definitely like that. It's definitely good. Pardon me. A other reason why I like this is it's a very small reason, but I feel like I want to say it. So I can't remember the name of it now because it was a while ago when we reviewed it. But you know the Slaves to Darkness spell from their lore, which was cast and value 3, and you do 3 enemy. So you do 3 mortal wounds to the enemy. But if you fail to cast the spell, if the enemy unbinds it, you take the 3 mortal wounds, I believe it is, or you take 1 mortal wound, whatever it was, right?
Mm.
You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So Archaon that's not the spell I would give him from the lore. It's not the best one, but he's probably the best one to cast it because even if the enemy does unbind it, he's got a 4-up save against it as a spell. I don't know, that sounds like a very minute thing to mention, but I just thought when you first read that spell, you're just like, that's pretty pointless. And now it's like, I can see how this guy could use it.
Yeah, someone like him could, negate the damage if it comes back.
Yeah. So then we have the Slayer of Kings. So this is, of course, the ancient demon blade, first for the souls of champions and warlords. If the unmodified wound roll for 2 attacks that target the same enemy hero in the same phase with the Slayer of Kings is a 6, that hero is slain. So that's very good, but I swear it did used to just be against any model.
Yeah, it used to be an image model, but now it's a bit more in with the lore that is heroes. But it does mean someone like Tetless, someone like one of the new Gargant. The new Gargants, I think, can ignore. They don't ignore it, they just take straight up damage.
Oh yeah, but you know, like a Abhorrent Ghoul King on Terrorgeist. There's loads of examples, right? Or where this could be Nagash as an example.
Oh yeah, he's already been slain by it once, so it's always fun to do it again.
Yeah, it's not funny. So there's that. You said you wouldn't mention that. Okay, and then we've got the 3-headed Titan. So that's obviously Big Dogra. And this is cool because this is a lot more useful now than it used to be. And what it is at the start of your hero phase, you can say that Dogra will draw upon the demonic might. If you do so, choose one of the following effects. So basically, you can choose either the let's do them in order, shall we? The Nurgle head, the Corn head, or the Zeech head to do its special rule. So if you go with Filth Spruer, so the Nurgle head, pick one enemy unit within 12 inches of this model and roll a dice. On a 3+, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If the next 2 abilities aren't useful, that's a nice thing to be able to do. Skull Gorger, so you can heal up to D3 wounds allocated to this model. Nice, very good. If you take this guy on Despoilers as well, you can heal another D3. There's a way for you to do it. Is it on a 4-up you heal the D3? Despoilers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know you've got multiple ways of healing. Then Zeech, which is the Spell Eater. So pick one endless spell within 8 inches of this model. That endless spell is the spell. That's great, right? Because then you can just do that without having to use one of your casting rolls to get rid of it. So
Yeah, I think all of them have
their use
in gameplay.
Yeah, but
I do like the Spell Eater.
Yeah.
Especially like you got, I've been reading Warhammer Community with the Metal Watch and Carradine Overlords taking
spell on the bottom.
The Vortex.
Yep.
Yeah, the Escape spell. Oh, you can just unbind it. You just dispel it.
Yeah.
That's great.
And the other thing which is good is that you can use it to dispel your own endless spells, right? And you may be going, well, I don't want to do that. Just in case you want to dispel them and then cast them again.
Yeah.
So
exactly that.
So it works both ways, right? And then you've got Warlord without equal. So if this model is on the battlefield and at the start of your hero phase, you receive 1 extra command point. So pretty tasty. And this is an army that craves command points, right? Not like Flesh Eater Courts, where it's like I need a command point every turn to be able to do my Feeding Frenzy, where I make a Terrorgeist attack twice. It's not as desperate as that, but it's an army that has lots of things to spend its command points on that can be useful.
Oh yeah.
So
Having having one extra turn is great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And then you got magic. So Archaon is a wizard. He can attempt to cast 2 spells in your hero phase and attempt to unbind 2 spells in the enemy hero phase. He knows the Arcane Bolt and Mystic Shield spells. What I will just like to say there, though, is like, why not give him his own unique spell? Like, why?
Yeah.
He's such a cool character. He's a wizard, you know.
Because you can only give him one from the spell lore,
Yep.
which is obviously going to be good, but then your other spell slot is just like, well, Arcane Bolt or Mystic Shield.
Yeah.
Was it Mystic Shield ain't going to be too bad on himself?
Obviously, you got
Which
the
I
realm
think,
spell.
yeah, you probably have the realm spell.
What I'd say is maybe use, like, as long as you've got like a Chaos Sorcerer Lord or something comfort to make this guy reroll his save rolls, and you're doing that, so Mystic Shield isn't going to be useful. Or let's say you're already Zeech, so he's re-rolling those ones. Use this guy to cast your Ender spell. Use Archaon to cast the Ender spell. Maybe a second spell, maybe.
Yeah, very true.
Could be a good use, especially how he could like unbind it and then cast it. I'm not saying because he's the one who unbinded it, he needs to be the one to cast it again. But it could just work nicely like that. But I'm a big fan of his command ability, by my will. So you can use this command ability once per turn in your hero phase. If you do so, pick one friendly Slaves of Darkness unit on the battlefield until the end of the battle round. If a model from that unit is slain by an attack made with a meta weapon, that model can fight before it is removed from play. So what I love about that is pick a unit wholly within 12 inches. It's none of that crap. It's literally just anywhere on the battlefield, because he is so... Well, you know my one where I've mounted it on top of a realm gate, where it just looks like he just looks like he's above the battlefield, just looking down off the whole battle happening in front of him, so he can be a great general and command his troops where he needs to. Like, it's just so cool.
It is a very cool ability.
And as long as I'm reading it right, you know, it can't... That unit, so that model that dies, it doesn't need to have not or fought earlier in the turn to be able to fight when it dies.
No.
So, I don't know, let's say you charge in a unit of 5 Chaos Knights, let's just say, and they're doing good damage on the charge, and then on the return hitting, the enemy kills 1 or 2 of them. Before they die, they're still attacking with the charge bonus they got. Or, you know, when I said I was talking to you, when I actually talked about it in the video, about Vanguard, how strong I think they can be. You know, you can have 3 of them making 18 attacks on the charge, and they're doing hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s, wounded on 2s, re-rolling 1s, and then you go to -1, 2 damage, right? So it's 18 attacks that can do those 2 damage, which makes them very good. And then if the enemy manages to kill one in that turn, it's going to do that again. Well, 6 attacks for that one that dies, but it's pretty good. And it gets even better, because then we go to All-Seeing Dominion. So you can use this command ability when your opponent spends a command point. If you do so, roll a dice before resolving the effect of any command ability that command point is spent on. On a 1, this command ability has no effect. On a 2+, this model can use the by my will, so the command ability just read, above without spending a command point being spent. So if it is not
even if it is not your hero phase.
Yeah, sorry, I just missed that line. And even if that command ability has already been used in the same turn. Cool. So like when you read it and you go like, oh, this is a cool command ability, but I can only pick one of my units. I think even in, you know, the game I had against you where we only went up to like 2 or 3 turns just quickly when this book came out, and I used Archaon. I think there was like 1 turn where I had it on like 3 units, or at least 2 units, because you were spending command points.
Yeah, so if you're against an opponent that has lots of command points, using them. You know, like say, like Flesh Eater Courts. I'd be using
Bloom
command
spike kits.
abilities, Bloom Spikes.
Loads of them. Loads of people just use
You
it just to
can
reroll the
pretty
charge.
much
You know.
you can pretty much make quite a few of your units fighting on death.
Yeah. And let's I think one of the, so it's each model in that unit when it dies it gets the fight, right?
Mm.
So like me and you have said that Marauders aren't our favourite way to play, okay, but we know how powerful they are. You've got 2 big blocks of Marauders, and then your enemy's on a command ability, blah blah blah, and you've got this on both of your blocks of Marauders. That's great. Or even just one block of Marauders, right? Because then you've guaranteed got it on them. And when I've used them in TTS recently, I've charged them in, and they're 2 attacks each, right? So you've got a unit of 40. Let's say, well, they're 25mm bases, so you can get them all into combat if you're lucky. So that could be 80 attacks, right? With a Worn Shrine on them, with the Undivided Power, or you've got the Demonic Power from the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot. That is 80 attacks potentially, maybe 81 with the champion. Hitting on 3s, reroll on all fails. Wounded on 4s, reroll on all fails. -1 rend, 1 damage. And then when each one dies, it can do those 2 attacks again. So even on something that I would describe, okay, Marauders by far do not fit the normal basic unit stereotype, but for a unit that its attacks are not like the most powerful thing in the game, they can be pretty good. Like, but they die easily. So
Yeah, they're probably like one of the best candidates for this.
yeah, especially how like you might be chucking them away anyway. So like just to tie up the enemy, but for them to do as much damage as possible. But also, like I say, Chaos Knights, Varangard, I think is a good example in case the enemy does kill one, and while they did the charge, and they're just going to do insane damage back. And it's pick 1 Slaves of Darkness unit. So it can be a hero. If you picked a Chaos just like a Chaos Lord on a Manticore who was about to die, he'll get to attack before he does.
Or even himself.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Even himself. So, there you go. And what I will just say, so I'll read the keywords and I just want to say something else about them. So, you got and these are a lot of keywords, okay? So you've got Chaos, Demon, Mortal, Slaves of Darkness, Ever-Chosen, Khorne, Zeech, Nurgle, Slanesh, Hedonite, Undivided, Monster, Hero, Wizard, Archaon, alright? And those are only a few of his titles. So what I will say is that we did talk about this in the part 1 of the Slaves of Darkness series, but in case you missed it, he's not benefiting from all the Chaos Auras with those keywords, right? He picks one, and that's how it works. Okay.
Yeah, the reason why he's got all the keywords is so you can take him in each of the gods' generic armies.
Yeah, he is the Ever-Chosen. So that's it. It's in the title, isn't it? And what I just want to say about him is when I looked at his attacks at first, when the book came out, I was like, 2s and 3s, that, and like a 4 and a 3 there, but that's good, but like I feel like I can be quite unlucky in real life and stuff, and like I might just roll a bunch of 1s and it's crap. But again, go Khorne, this guy being your general, right? Take him and host the Ever-Chosen. Now your attacks are hitting on, so apart from the Lash and Tails, right? They're hitting on 2s. So you, okay, well, let me think. Okay, so you've got the Slayer of Kings and the Monstrous Claws, right? They're hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, wounded on 2s, rerolling 1s through the Host the Ever-Chosen ability, Master Your End, 3 damage or the D6. And then even your 3 heads, which are, hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, wounded on 2s, rerolling 1s, -1, 2 damage. Like, you see how it suddenly goes from, it's like when we were reviewing the Varangard, Jamie. You see how it suddenly goes from really good to hitting to wound characteristics to now pretty much you're not failing, you're hitting them to wounded characteristics.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing we've emphasised over the reviewing of the units, that just don't you know, the first glance at some of the war scrolls, you might think, oh, that's not that impressive. Just remember, the main thing we've tried to point out is how important the auras are,
Yeah, because
and how easy you can get them as well.
oh, so like, well, for example, this like Archaon's the general, right? In Host of the Everchosen, yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So he's a general, right? If you're looking at his war scroll, Jamie, you see like to wound for all of his weapons are a 3. Change all of that to a 2. He's wounded on
Yeah.
2s and everything, and he's getting rerolls.
Oh yeah, easily.
And but until like so basically when I first got the book, I was just only caring about Slaanesh because that's how my army was themed and stuff. But then like lockdown happened, and basically we all had a lot of us had a lot more time to, instead of playing games, we're now reading rules or we're painting, right? You've got like that sort of side of things instead of actually gaming. So then when I read this book and deep dived a bit more, I was like, hang on a sec, his war scroll was alright, but now it's just suddenly, like I said, practically not failing. And then suddenly you go, instead of taking this guy going, oh, he's a bit swingy, his damage, you know, you could fit. I go, well, I'm not going to fail now. So, well, there's a very little chance of me failing. So now I can take the big guy. Now I think he is worth the 800 points. And what I would say about Archaon is that he's more valuable to your army the bigger your army is. Because he adds a lot of synergy to your army, you know, making things like fight when they die, or, you know, adding bravery and everything. If you were to play let's say a 1500 point game, Jamie, I don't know if he would be worth his 800 points as much. But if you were to play a 2000 point game or even a 2500 point game, I would say, because your army's so big at that point, he's definitely worth it. Like,
Oh yeah,
without a doubt.
and
In
it's
Host of
like
the
when we were
Everchosen.
saying, yeah, even though, like we said in the Everchosen, I know it buffs up Varangard, but don't
Yeah.
feel like you have to. You still run him and he will buff up the rest of your army good enough, rather than just having 3 units of Varangard and then not much else.
Yeah. Absolutely agreed. I mean, like, for myself anyway, I'm doing list building stuff for the Idolaters, so that's the new sub-allegiance that came out for Slaves of Darkness, which I think is really, really quite poor and terrible, and kind of wonder why Games Workshop bothered. But I've been asked by the AOS coach to go onto his channel and come up with 2 lists, so I'm just got my mind focused on that for the moment. But as soon as I get that done, I'm list building for Host of the Everchosen. Not saying I've got loads of Varangard lying around, but I've definitely got enough for 1 unit. And I want to see list building, like what can be done, because I think for myself from Varangard, I know you've got the Knights of the Empty Throne, which I haven't looked at too much, but straight off the bat, I'm thinking I don't really want to take Varangard unless I'm taking Archaon, because with Archaon, then they're in that, you know, sub-legions. They're like I said, 18 attacks, hit on 2s, wounded on 2s, re-rolled in 1s for hit and wound, -1 rend, 2 damage on charge.
Yeah, they
From
can
unit
either
3.
be your good hammer unit,
For what, sorry?
your hammer unit, aren't they?
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, so you could have Archaon and then say 2 units of Vanguard, right? I think they're 280 each. Okay, so that's a big chunk of your army gone. But you're still going to have a decent amount of points over to fill in the gaps if you want a few more bodies on the board, or if you want a few more buff pieces from some wizards, or Chaos Lord on foot to make something attack twice. But what I would say is, when you go Khorne with Archaon, and let's say the Slayer of Kings, for example, was hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, wounded on 3s, right? I don't feel a need to bring the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot, because, yeah, you would be missing your reroll save rolls, but you're not really using the Demonic Power spell. But then that means you could use them to do one of the spells from Allure, and you're not feeling like you're missing out. So, yeah, in summary, in case you are wondering, guys, Archaon went from a few years back to one of the coolest models Games Workshop has ever made, but really not worth taking your games, to a model you want to take in your games.
Yeah, definitely. I think he had a few plays in a Khorne army.
And there's
I think-
also Zeech, wasn't it, where you could just make things auto die, but that was it.
Hmm.
But not
You
enough
wouldn't see
chaos.
him. You wouldn't see him in
Slaves of Darkness.
Slanesh, or you didn't see Slaves to Darkness at all back then.
No, and so it's good that he's worth it. Like I said, absolutely awesome model, and the other thing it's cool to say, talking about him, is that don't feel like alternatively, the only competitive way to play Slaves of Darkness is running the Archaon list or whatever you want to call it and host the Everchosen. And it's something I hope that me and Jamie has tried to describe to you throughout these reviews, is that there are so many ways to run Slaves of Darkness. If you're asking if there's so many ways to run them brokenly, so they win all the tournaments, you can fuck off. But if you're asking me if how you can run them in ways for them to be competitive and fun at the same time, there's so many ways. So many ways. Cool. And with that is the last hero that we have reviewed, and the last hero of all of the Slaves of Darkness. So God knows how long this video has been by the end of it, probably similar to how long the other videos have been, but I very much hope you enjoyed it. There are, like I said, timestamps in the description. There will be, so you can go back and capture just certain unit reviews for the heroes that we've done, so you don't have to watch the whole thing again. But I very much hope that everyone has enjoyed this video, and if you have done, please smash that like button and that subscribe button, as that massively helps the channel. It's absolutely free for you guys to do, and it helps let more people see this video, so hopefully they learn something from it, or just helps them when they're starting this army in general. And remember, if you are a subscriber, to smash that the notification button as well to make sure you don't miss any of the videos. And if this is the first Slaves to Darkness video you've watched on this channel, make sure you go back and watch it from the start, as we are doing this in a sort of long linear series process. I also want to say a massive thank you to my patrons, who, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to continue this channel, so I owe them a huge amount of gratitude. If you would also like to become a patron, there's a link to it at the top of the description down below, which you can take a look. There's different tiers and stuff, but even just $1 a month, guys, like I say, really goes towards what allows me to keep this channel going and trying to help people as much as possible. So with that aside, I also want to say a massive thank you to Jamie for joining me in this video as well. It's been great having you aboard, Jamie. I know it's taken a long time to even just review these heroes, similar to, like I said, when we did the units and the allegiance abilities, but I really feel like we've done a good job and done these heroes justice in talking about them in a long term, an in-depth term, and also even the units that people, or the heroes people just toss aside, like I don't know, a war queen or something. I feel like we still gave them some time in the sun a little bit. We acknowledged everything. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, it's always a pleasure joining you on these Warhammer talks. And like I say, it's nice actually looking over some heroes that even ourselves might have overlooked at time.
Exactly, because also, oftenly when you're looking at rules and stuff, especially like these days, when we look, generally looking at them by yourself, reading a book or something, and it's great to have a second person's point of view. And obviously, guys, if you've got any thoughts and stuff about, well, when you say Darkness in general, but in this particular video, the heroes, please let us know in the comments. Let us know if you agree with us. Alternatively, obviously, let us know if you disagree with us. But what I would say is, like, tell us the reasons why, and if you've got some cool ideas and stuff for how you would take certain heroes, it'd be great to hear, because we are literally all here to learn at the end of the day, and be great to read. So with that, guys, I'm going to thank you all very much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're enjoying these Slaves of Darkness videos as well, and you'll join us for the next one in this series, which will be looking at the monstrous types, like monsters and beasts within the Slaves of Darkness. So it should be quite a fun one. And until then, guys, like I say, thank you very much for watching. Remember, until next time, to stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask, stay hygienic, so we can all get back to playing games again. And of course, remember that Nagash is all, and all is one in Nagash.